Well, good morning, everyone. Lively group today. My name is Mayor Gamble. I will call our council meeting of Tuesday, March 12, 2024 to order at 9:02 a.m. Welcome to all council members. I will state that we have 2 council members not in attendance who are sending regrets today, Councillor Kabasiuk and Councillor Hoofsloot. However, I will confirm that we do have quorum. Welcome to our administration and also to all of those who are joining us in the gallery today. I'm going to begin this morning with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that our meeting today convenes on the lands of Treaty 6, which is the traditional home of the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Nakota Sioux nations, and members of the Métis Nation of Alberta, Inuit, and all First Nations sharing this land for generations. We recognize the long history and contributions of Indigenous peoples who have cared for this land from time immemorial to the present. We acknowledge that we are all treaty people bound to one another by the spirit and intent of treaty as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. We'll begin this morning with our inspirational reflection from Deputy Mayor Burney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. During our council meeting today, may our thoughts, words, and deeds be worthy of our trust, the trust of our ratepayers have placed in us to better serve the county and its people.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 2, which is the adoption of the agenda. I will look for any council members for any additions or deletions to today's agenda. Sure, Councillor Wiedemann.
Yeah, it's a simple addition. It's, do you want me to explain it?
If you list it, yeah.
Okay, so it's a letter to tell us what's been happening is with the Mink Lake Road construction, the Telus line to the Jackfish Lake in that area has been cut several times. So I'm asking that we send a letter to Telus telling them to start burying their lines after construction instead of putting their ratepayers through all this because the phone lines are going down quite often now. So
Okay.
I can explain it later if you want.
Sure, thank you. I see that that is something that is emergent, so no additions, and certainly support adding that as an agenda item. Any other agenda items? And I will look here to our new business section. 6A2, thank you. Any other additions or deletions to today's agenda from council members? Any additions, changes from administration?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Council. No additions or deletions from administration this morning.
Thank you. We'll now look to Councillor Kowalski to move the agenda as amended.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the agenda for today's agenda be accepted with the addition of 6A2.
Thank you. Motion before us. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to item 3.1, which is the adoption of the February 27th, 2024 council meeting minutes. I'll look to Deputy Mayor Burney to move the motion.
That this February 27th, 2024 council meeting minutes be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Motion before us. Questions, comments, discussion, debate? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Let's move on. We are right on time, 9:05 a.m., which moves us to our public input session, an opportunity for the public to come forward and share information with council. It is not an opportunity for a debate, but council will accept information from the public. We have a 15-minute time limit. I will look to Ms. Williams to see if there are any members of the public who are registered to speak this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Today, we do have several people in the gallery. I did get a name for one of the public members to come forward for public input, and that is Mr. Jason Doucette. And I see there is others as well that you may want to check on.
Great, thank you. We'll begin with Mr. Doucette, if you'd like to come forward, please. Welcome. Make yourself comfortable. Choose any seat, and when you're ready to begin, just depress the middle button. Thank you.
Appreciate the chance to speak this morning. I'll try and be brief. The reason for me being here today is we received this letter from V3 about the concept plan for Spruce Valley Road. That's Range Road 265. Now, I'm here as a member, or sorry, not a member of the public. I'm a ratepayer in Parkland County. I live on Range Road 265. Now, I've been questioning whether it'd be of value for me to come in and talk about my concern, but here I am. And what I'm concerned about for my neighbors and myself is we've got a thriving community along Range Road 265. It's a very close-knit community. We have a lot of parties, a lot of get-togethers, do a lot of walking along the road. And there's been a lot of discussion about things like the Westlink project, and now we're talking about the V3 project that wants to, I guess, develop further south from 16A down 265. So looking at those 2 quarters south of 265 developing along the road. Now, speaking as a member of the public, speaking as somebody who is concerned about sustainability on a number of levels, financial, environmental. I know the presentation is going to be given after I go through this, but going forward, I may sound like sort of the minority in the county, maybe even in society when I talk about this, but we're coming to a head in many municipalities across Alberta when we think about development, the amount of land, the environmental encroachment, and speaking for my community about Westlink and the concept plan, thinking about encroachment on our community. With each development, we see an increase in traffic, we see an increase in noise, crime, light pollution from the Atchison projects that have gone through. Some, in my opinion, haven't followed past policy when it comes to things like light pollution. I know there was a policy in place in past here in Parkland County that we had some plans in place to limit light pollution. Well, I can tell you that the western edge of Atchison along 16A, I don't believe any of those developments there have followed that policy. And it may be my error that maybe that policy has been revoked at some point. And if it has, I apologize. But again, with these developments, noise, traffic, garbage, roadside garbage, and the crime. Even with recent developments, we've started to see an influx of more crime in the subdivision along 265, the homes along 265 where people are coming and they're opening car doors, breaking into cars. We're seeing an increase in this. In my opinion, we don't have the resources currently to deal with these problems as we spread out. So sustainability of the resources here at the county, financial sustainability, this is where I'm talking about, was going into the future. We have all these great plans of development and whatnot, but really do we really have the resources available to control these problems? I lay that out there as a question going forward to consider as you approve these different projects that are coming through. I know I'm probably here alone in my community. I know a lot of people were very busy today and couldn't come and speak about this. I know I'm one person, and again, probably a minority in the room, but across Alberta, we've got to start looking as municipalities. We've got to make better choices on what we're developing. And I'm going to highlight some questionable developments right here in the county. Last 5 years, a development permit was given for the church out by Chikaku, where they absolutely annihilated the side of a hill. It happened during a rainy season where there was all kinds of erosional issues. It's like, we've got to be better at handing out permits for these kind of things and setting limits to what can be developed. The Chikaku area is a very environmentally sensitive area. We've got to start thinking about not putting subdivisions and not allowing these large developments to happen. Thinking about water quality when we have erosional issues like that. The groundwater table, every time we punch a new well into the ground, we're taking away from that groundwater. So again, this is just all information to let you know that we've got to make better choices in terms of some of the places that we're making developments. Another questionable development is north side of Highway 16 across from the Wagner Natural area. We've now covered that. That was a major groundwater recharge area. So people, I know a growing number of people in the county are concerned about the availability and quality of groundwater. So I know Spruce Grove just is starting their baseball diamond, and they punched it right on top of another groundwater recharge area. I spoke to Spruce Grove Council about that and got laughed out of the room. That's fine. I don't have a problem being the minority to bring this stuff up. But again, just better choices across Alberta in terms of overdevelopment of sensitive areas. And again, yes, 265 is in my backyard, but I know the proposed developments. There's wetlands involved. There's agricultural lands that are being impacted. I know in the last development policy that was created here in the county, there was supposed to be a percentage of agricultural land that was to be set aside and not developed on. So that needs to be considered. I can think about, there's probably 4/4 of agricultural land that are now threatened in the Atchison area. The other thing we have to think about, it would be my opinion that we may not be servicing the properties in Atchison properly. Water, wastewater. So we're thinking about all this excessive growth, but are we even servicing the current developments properly? Maybe we should start thinking more in the short and medium term to develop the infrastructure to service the properties that are already there. So, yeah, other than that, I've mentioned other projects, questionable projects. There was the Worley Parsons project for the solar farm. I know I sent many emails about it, never received a response on any of that. Another questionable project for a good neighbor of mine. Who wants a solar farm in their backyard? You know, a quarter of solar panels. Takes away wildlife habitat, takes away valuable agricultural fields, agricultural production. So it's things like this that we can't just say, well, let's hand a development permit out for it. So just want to make everyone aware that more and more people are thinking along these lines. I know I've thought about along these lines for a long time, and I just wanted to share my opinion on that, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Great. Well, thank you for coming in this morning, Mr. Doucette, and I want to assure you that we do value your opinion. You are a resident of Parkland County, and I can certainly assure you that when it comes to things like sustainability and environmental significant areas and looking at the environmental on an overview basis, this council is committed to the protection of that as well as to prime agricultural land. I can assure you that when we look at this at the greater region level, we're going to accommodate another 1 million people in this region in the next 20 to 25 years. So there is going to be the element of balance that comes into it. And one of the pillars of this council is the full build out of Atchison, and we're committed to that, but we're committed to that in an environmentally responsible way, as well as providing the correct and proper infrastructure in advance of the development. So there's a lot of balance that goes on into that, but I can assure you that our administrative team considers all of that, and as residents do come in and share their information with us, all of the information is considered. So I certainly want to thank you for coming in today and sharing that with us.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Doucette, I'd also like to add that we are currently looking at an ESA bylaw. We've been doing workshops on it. ESAs are important to us, and we are one of the only counties, I believe, to have a complete map out of them. So please know that we are not just growing blindly. We are taking these things into consideration. Also with the decision of the Alberta government on solar farms and energy, renewable energy, there's definitely some protections there as well. We have more say now than we did before, so please note that we hear your concerns. We also share a lot of them, so we are watching. We're not just moving forward blindly. But thank you, and your voice does matter, as the mayor said.
Hey, thank you. Anyone else who is here this morning who would like to speak at our public input session? If it is related to a specific item on our agenda, we'll have that input at that point in time, but general public input, yeah, please come ahead, sir. If you can also state your name and general address area as to where you're located.
My name is Brad Thompson.
Microphone, please, Mr. Thompson. Press the middle button. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brad Thompson. I'm a landowner on a piece of land that's immediately west of Spruce Grove and immediately adjacent to the land that Mr. Doucette was just referring to, where there is a proposal today for a development concept as being brought forward by, I think, actually a number of different parties, including the Panettone Group. I wanted to express my concerns. I was just, over the last 24 hours, drilling down into documents which weren't easy to find, by the way, that covered off the development concept and some of the statements that were made in those particular documents. Now, just by way of background, the land that I own with my brother, we've owned in our family for 125 years. 125 years. And we've certainly been at this council over the last 20 years, numerous times, looking for a logical development scheme for a small parcel of land that has been left to us, or left to our family, and is completely zoned or contemplated to be light industrial land, immediately along 16A. Now, however, as I looked at the documents last night, I was a little disheartened. And again, a little bit more on my background. My background is I've done energy development across North America for the last 40 years. I've been involved in public consultation processes hundreds of times. I was completely responsible for the development of any project within the TransCanada group of companies that wasn't a regulated pipeline. So I covered pipelines, transmission lines, power generation facilities, processing facilities, nuclear facilities, and was involved in the consultation process. Now, as a landowner, I'm a little dismayed that there was no consultation for me. Here I am, a significant stakeholder, immediately adjacent piece of land, a neighbor to the properties that are being contemplated under this proposal, and there was not a phone call, not a letter, not an email, not a fax, not a text, not a knock on the door. Certainly, as I do consultations on energy projects across North America, consultation is paramount. And consultation doesn't just consist of a community meeting that takes place last August while the details of this particular proposal aren't worked out till after that meeting. That doesn't make sense. What should have happened is there should have been community meetings, ongoing community meetings, and then immediate consultation with the parties that are significantly influenced by this project. Certainly as a county, you were privileged to meetings with V3 or whoever was actually promoting this particular group. That's reasonable. It's also reasonable that they talk to their immediate neighbors about topics of mutual concern. Now you can imagine, certainly administration knows of myself and my brother, we've been in talking about servicing of our land, pipelines across our land to service other land, and road access, because road access is very dicey, particularly off of 16A, given the volume of traffic on 16A. But none of those topics were addressed with us. I'm sure we're completely aligned with V3 group or the Panettone group, but I would ask that given the situation, that council consider tabling this particular proposal until there is appropriate consultation. That's all I'm asking. I'm a pro-development person. That's my background. That's what I do. But there has to be the appropriate process. If my land was First Nation land, I would have had lots of consultation. If I was a representative of the Wagner Environmental Group, or I call it Wagner Bog or Wagner, just various names for the Wagner Group, there would have been consultation. But as a small landowner on an adjacent piece of property, I wasn't afforded that opportunity. That's not right. So the proposal I would suggest to be tabled until that consultation. I'm, again, a pro-development individual, but I think collaboration between myself and my neighbor would resolve a number of different issues or could resolve a number of different issues, because I haven't had the benefit of talking with them, that are of mutual concern. Again, traffic, utility service, water drainage, access or providing drainage for the Wagner area, and who knows what other things. Can only speculate without adequate consultation. So anyways, that's my concern, and I thank the council for giving me a few moments to speak.
Great, well, thank you for coming in this morning, Mr. Thompson. I do understand that our administration has worked alongside of you with respect to your specific development, and you do have all of the appropriate permits and even concessions with respect to certain controls and abilities to develop your parcel. So I believe your concern is more related to specifically the consultation. And at this point in time, we're simply looking at a conceptual scheme that will be coming before council today for lands that are already zoned for the specific purpose. So perhaps maybe Mr. McGowan, do you have any further information or Ms. Domagent for the?
Well, and I just have one more thing to add.
Just let me finish, please.
I'm
And
sorry,
if we can
apologies.
just have Ms. Domagent just explain the public consultation process, just so we're clear. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council and members of the public. Yes, the public consultation process, it is required for any conceptual scheme, and it includes one open house along with some mail-outs, which the county staff have assisted with in providing. So what happens is the consultant will provide us with the mail-out, and we send that out to any property owners within a certain radius, so we ensure that they get the notification of the open house. The open house occurs, and as part of the application process, a What We Heard report is submitted, and that is within your package here today to get an understanding of the concerns. And I believe as part of the letter, any of the property owners were also welcome to contact V3 directly for any comments or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So our process is in place. So you had one other question you wanted to raise?
Well, the process is not defined in any regulation. It's a vague process.
Microphone, please, Mr. Thompson. Thank you.
Public consultation is, of course, is a difficult thing to define what's entailed. The open houses, yeah, that's become a norm, but it's definitely not. You can talk to any lawyer dealing with this matter across North America, and I've dealt with hundreds of them. And they will all say the public consultation is a small piece of what has to be done. The open house is a small piece of the public consultation process. You have to engage with particularly significant stakeholders. Anyways, the other piece is that as you look to develop Atchison, you've designated certain areas as zones. And for some reason, we are being excluded, I'm not too sure who made this decision, from Zone 5. Leaving us as the last quarter of land, an island, a sterilized island sitting off on the west side of the Atchison zone. It doesn't make any sense that we wouldn't be at the table with the adjacent land developers as part of development of Zone 5. We have no capability as a small landowner to go through the entire process that the Panattoni Group and others are going through with this, and to be working with them or at least collaborating with them would make sense. But for some reason, we're not considered to be part of that zone. What zone are we in if we're not in Zone 5? I don't have an answer, and I don't think anybody else does either. I'm not
No, I understand your question is general in nature, and administration certainly we can have them prepare a response for you subsequent to this that can
Great,
reach out to
thank
you and
you.
provide that specific explanation for you. So thank you for coming in today. We appreciate your time and always look forward to residents and business residents coming in to speak with us. So thank you. Anyone else who is registered or who is not registered who would like to speak at our public input session this morning? None, thank you. We are 3 minutes from our public hearing. So we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll start into our public hearing. Thank you.
before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that clarification. So we're going to reconvene our council meeting at 9:34. We're going to move to item 4.2, which is our 9:30 a.m. public hearing, removal of municipal reserve designation for the purpose of disposal of Plan 6116KS Block 2, Lot R, located within Glened subdivision. So I will officially call our public hearing to order at 9:35. We'll advise that this is a formal hearing and records are being kept of the proceeding. In accordance with the provisions of Section 230 and 674 of the Municipal Government Act as amended, the County of Parkland is holding this hearing to provide an opportunity for public input and comment on the proposed request and council resolution for the removal of municipal reserve designation for the purposes of disposal. We'll first hear an overview and summary of the request and proposed resolution from administration, as well as any written submissions received prior to the hearing. We'll then provide an opportunity to ask for any additional information or verbal submissions from the floor. We'll ask those to first identify themselves and address their comments to the chair. There will be a 10-minute time limit on the length of verbal submissions or presentations. Council may ask for any clarification on any of the submissions, and we'll remind everyone that this will be everyone's only opportunity to comment on this proposed bylaw. Following the verbal presentations, administration will respond to any questions from council. We'll then ask council if we're satisfied with the amount of information that we have received before closing the hearing, and advise that if council wishes to obtain more information, a motion to recess the hearing may be made at that time. So we're going to now begin, and I will turn that over to Ms. Domijan for introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Donna Wojtowicz, Municipal Land Specialist, has joined us to provide an overview of the 9:30 a.m. public hearing. Is that better? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Donna Wojtowicz, our Municipal Land Specialist, has joined us to provide an overview of the 9:30 a.m. public hearing for removal of municipal reserve designation for the purpose of disposal for Plan 6116KS, Block 2, Lot R, located within the Glened subdivision, and we are prepared to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domijan, and good morning to Mayor and Council. Administration is here to present and receive public feedback on the removal of reserve designation from the county land identified as Lot R, Block 2, Plan 6116KS. These lands were designated in 1959 as part of the registration of Glened subdivision on Jackfish Lake. The purpose behind the removal of reserve designation is to enable administration the means by which to provide legal access for the adjacent lands identified as Lot 17, Block 2, Plan 6116KS. Shortly following their purchase of Lot 17 in 2021, the applicants discovered their residential access was not secured through an access easement as they had previously believed. Furthermore, due to the status of the land, obtaining an access easement was not a possibility. This has left the applicants without legal access. Administration has been working with the applicants since the fall of 2022, working towards legalizing their property access. Internal and external experts took part in reviewing and analyzing the factors surrounding Lot 17's accessibility. Based on their findings, an administrative report was completed and presented to Council on February 13th of this year. This report contains background information on the impacted properties, the options reviewed, and lastly, administration's recommendations to Council, which are to authorize the removal of designation from the county land. Today, as governed under the Municipal Government Act of Alberta, we are holding public hearing to allow residents the opportunity to provide council with comment and feedback on the possible removal of designation from the county land for the purpose of disposal. Before moving to the public comment, I wish on behalf of administration to provide a brief recap of the presentation given to council on February 13th. Glened subdivision was developed in 1959, and it consists of 25 residential and 3 county-owned parcels. The subdivision is located on Jackfish Lake, and all parcels, with the exception of the remnant parent parcel, Block 3, have direct access to the lake. The owners of Lot 17 wish to obtain legal access to their property. Their current access runs through the subject county land. Administration completed site inspections and desktop reviews. During the review process, it was discovered that the subject county land also provides access for Lot 16, the applicant's neighbors. Based on our findings, it was determined that the access, as they currently are seen on the screen, remain the best point of access for both lots 16 and 17. As part of the review, administration looked at several options to legalize the applicant's access. These options were identified in our report. In order for administration to work towards the legalization of the access of Lot 17 in its current and recommended location, it is first required that the designation status of the county land be removed. Should council approve proceeding forward with the removal of designation, administration shall proceed with the consolidation of the subject county land with the applicant's parcel Lot 17, as well as ensure the agreements are in place to protect the environmental sensitivity of the area and secure opportunity for future road infrastructure if required. As shown on the slide, the areas of environmental reserve easement and road right-of-way are identified. This is a preliminary plan, with the exact final area boundaries to be determined by our internal experts prior to agreements being drafted and executed. Additionally, if successful, administration shall also address and facilitate the legalization of the access for the applicant's neighbors, Lot 16. This will be done through an access easement. Ken Glen Ed subdivision is unique for many reasons, one of them being the topography. Originally developed as a seasonal cabin subdivision, it has now progressed to include approximately 4 year-round residents, of which the applicants are one. The change in use from seasonal to year-round brings new challenges. In this case, it is the access due to the steep topography. The applicants require safe and reasonable year-round access to their primary residence. The current access to their property has been in existence since the late 1950s, and administration supports the continuation and the legalization of this access as presented. This now concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Wojwodicz. We do have 3 registered speakers, but if there are any introductory questions for administration, we can take them now from council. Councillor Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Wojwodicz. Nice to see you today. Could you go back to Appendix D, please, if you wouldn't mind? So can you just walk me through the map, please? And yes, I can't seem to blow it up any bigger on here, so.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Kowalski. As you can see in the boundary, the southwest portion there, you can see where the property enters. There would be a road right-of-way going, it would be going north-south, approximately 20 meters. What do I do?
Can we get the old
And
overhead
point
projector?
it? Sorry, I've never used the pointer, so. And I'm not doing a very good job of it. Thank you. Okay, so right here identifies a 20-meter road right-of-way. This would enable access, if it is ever required, to be constructed from the internal subdivision road located right in here to an undeveloped section of Township Road 522, which runs east-west right there. In here, we have an environmental reserve easement. Now, the area that we've identified here is to provide setback from the road, but also this is just preliminary as stated. There's a possibility of extending down further or making it smaller if we require, but that will be determined at the time that we go out with our experts and they lay out the land with our environmental group.
So if I'm correct, well, to me, it's at the bottom. So the reserve part, current county reserve part is exactly which part? If I could, please.
So this entire section right in here is where the red boundary goes right along here and right up. This is the county reserve section. Lot 17 is right here. And 16 would be down here. This is the access point to Lot 16. It cuts right in front of Lot 17's connection to the internal road. And then this is the access that has been in existence since the 50s going to Lot 17.
Thank you very much.
Great, no questions. I have one simply for clarification. The decision that's coming before council today is simply the removal of the municipal reserve designation for that piece of county-owned property to allow for legal access to a parcel.
To Mayor Gamble, yes, you are correct. We're only looking today to remove the designation so that administration can proceed with the process of obtaining and working through the legal access.
Okay, thank you. And that was taken as a municipal reserve back in 1958, 59. And I was reading some information at which time there was not the ER reserve type requirement.
Thank you, Mayor Gamble. April Galley, Acting Director for Planning and Development. That's correct. Back in the 1950s, they had different regulations that were required at the time for their subdivisions. At this time, because it's already subdivided, we would not be able to take that through ER or ERE for the rest of the subdivision.
Thank you. That's very clear to me. Any other questions from council members at this point? Councilor Wiedemann.
Yeah, I just, if you go back to the actual picture with the lot 17 and 16 on it, I think it, maybe if you can draw out on there with your pointer exactly what's happening as well, it might make it a little bit more clearer. And from what I understand, you're taking a 20-meter wide right-of-way, so enough to make a legal road.
Through the mayor to Councilor Wiedemann. Yes, that's correct. It has been suggested and recommended by engineering services for a 20-meter road right-of-way dedication to be taken from the land and held for future road development.
If you can, just point out on there what you're taking. So
This is of course proximate, but it would be right along here. And then agreements would be put in place for any structures encroaching in that area at the time.
okay, and then I guess there's no safe way to get in there any other way, and that's why we're at this point today, right?
To Councilor Wiedemann, yes, we had our land development engineering group go out there. We also had surveys were completed looking at the topography of the land. Our land development engineering group did determine that the current access locations are the best locations as they sit for safety and.
Yeah, due to the grade of the area, that's partially why the justification from our engineering group.
Okay, thank you. Any other further introductory questions from council at this point? No, thank you for the presentation, and we will call on you again probably after the other people just for future questions. So now we'll move to, I have listed 3 registered speakers. We'll begin with Mr. Mike Evans. If you'd like to come forward, please. And we do have the presentation that was provided to council this morning from Mr. Evans. And again, for clarity, once you're comfortable and ready, if you just depress the middle button on the microphone, please. Thank you.
My name is Mike Evans. I'm a landscape architect, still practice. I was involved in the 77 municipal planning study for the county of Parkland. I've done the master plan for Chickacoo Lake. I've been around Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and major projects since the middle 70s. My in-laws own the lots more or less in the middle of Glen Ed. 2 lots, they're not amalgamated. And they've been there since the mid-80s. They're 87, 86 years old currently. They have 3 children, 8 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren. In fact, Dave Collette's brother was one of the first people on the Big Island and built a log cabin there in the 60s. So we've been around Glen Ed for a long time. I want to preface my presentation by saying I'm not in disagreement with the road access down through the reserve lot. It's been there for many years. I've highlighted the 3 reserve parcels on Glen Ed, and the one we're talking about, you can see is about 1 acre in size. If you see Two Island Point, most of the lots around Two Island Point are 1 acre, so that gives you a good feel for the size of the lots. The concept of building out 522, which is that right-of-way to the north side of Glen Ed, is a non-starter. It's not required, and to think that they would ever build that road through there, it would be cost prohibitive. The 2 other reserve lots I'll now talk about, if we could advance the next one, please. So there's the middle lot. Over the years, we've always taken the skidoos up through that trail. Current landowners, after the current landowners there in the last 3 years have revised the grade at the top and gravelled it, and they put cabins at the bottom and they store their docks on it. So they've now got a claim, if we're following the same logic, to this lot. Could I have the next one, please? So that's the access down. So you'll see a quad has been down there. That accesses the lake. It's more or less street except for that trail. Next one, please. At the far west end of Glen Ed, this lot is close to 1 acre. That provides access to a parking lot on lot 1 that provides parking for what's called Church Island. Church Island has been developed for 70 years. So there's another example, if we're applying this logic of selling or disposing of reserved parcels, then this fits the discussion. Next, please. This is the access up. So that paved road is the access into Two Island Point. The road that you're seeing in the foreground is the road from Glen Ed. So this isn't a particularly safe driveway. Next, please. So you can see on the right side of this photo, the driveway down to the parking lot for Church Island. And you can see these were taken on Sunday. You can see there hasn't been plowing since that last light snowfall in Ken Glen Ed. There was on Two Island Point, there wasn't on Ken Glen Ed. The trucks, the snow removal trucks and the graders don't have a turnaround at the very end of Ken Glen Ed. Next one, please. So here you can see, that's the road into Two Island Point, been plowed. The access into Ken Glen Ed hasn't been, and this is the access down into Church Island parking area. Next one, please. There are only 4 lots, 4 lots that have any kind of road access down into Ken Glen Ed. Everybody else parks up top and has stairs. So these give you a feel for the stairways that people have had to build and maintain. Next one, please. And the next one. So this lot has been for sale for over a year. Selling price is $525,000. So I wanted to include this to give you a concept for the value of land around Jackfish Lake if you plan on selling reserve parcels. Next, please. You can see it wasn't plowed. The road is very narrow. People in Ken Glen Ed are used to it. Next, please. Some people have built these retaining walls for the ability to park their vehicles up top. Next, please. This is a view from the lake. So this is the highest point on Ken Glen Ed. The house on the very right side of the photo is lot 17, beside it 16, and so on. There, on the very left side, you can't see this very well, is an amalgamated lot that they've recently cleared a driveway down. Because this is pitted delta material, you can create cut banks in the material and it won't slough down. Next, please. So this is the top of 16 and 17. So this is the gate for 16. Next, please. This is where the gate is for lot 17 access driveway down. So that's, their address is lot 53. You can see the cut bank. That cut bank has been there for 60 plus years. And you can see the regeneration growth down at the bottom of it. In fact, this cut is into the residual Block 3 lot that the Roseburrows still own. Next, please. So that gives you a feel for the amount of cut that has been created to get down to the bottom of the reserve parcel. Next, please. And this shows that, you know, there's sheds and fire pits and things that have happened on the reserve parcel that shouldn't have happened. Next, please. Hard to see. My opinion is that you should create a decent cul-de-sac turnaround at the bottom of the reserve, start the grade about 3 lots back, grade it down so that buses, school buses, one of our kids is in a recent separation. She was looking at moving out to our lot. Where would the school buses be able to turn around? We have school buses that come down Two Island Point every day. It's very easy for them. They go to the end of the cul-de-sac and come back and drop off the kids. So this decent cul-de-sac at the bottom and then branched the two driveways off. Also include an expanded ER. You'll note that on Two Island Point, the ER setback was 30 meters. And you're going to hear today that the West Point setback is 30 meters, and there's a no development zone of additional 30 meters. Next, please. That's it, I think. Oh. So, keep the reserve, designate ER, 25 meters is decent in there. Revegetate the disturbed area, reclaim it. We did that over at the boat launch area when the neighbors cleared the vegetation there. So county's quite capable of implementing those type of requirements. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions for Mr. Evans? Councillor Whedon.
So I guess there's a whole bunch of diagrams here, and some of them you made and some we have from our staff. There's three proposed remedies here. I guess, are any of those close to what you're proposing?
Well, I would
Microphone, please, sir. Microphone, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, it went off. I think you can easement the two driveways on the reserve parcel off of the expanded cul-de-sac turnaround. Or do a license of occupation, just for the driveways. The way, and if we back up one, please. So they could have their gates at the top of their driveways. Wouldn't impact the snow removal or school bus turnaround.
So I guess my question is, an LOC typically isn't a good fit for a landowner because now you're relying on you don't have legal access. You have a LOC that's only good for a period of time and you got to keep renewing it. It's not our best scenario when it comes to providing access for landowners.
I've been involved in provincial projects where there's been LOCs for 99 years. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I've been involved in provincial projects with LOCs that they've been good for 99 years. So, I mean, in the big scheme, it's doable. Or an easement is doable, so.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Evans? All right, thank you for your information. We will move on now to our second registered presenter, Robin Rosborough. Sorry. Please come forward, and the microphone is on when the red light's on, so you're ready to go. And again, remind that we do have a 10-minute limit on each presentation. Thank you.
Well, you've heard about me talking. It's a good idea to have a limit. My name's Robin Roseborough. That road that's right there is Roseborough Road because my dad made the subdivision in 1959. I was 5, 6 at the time. So I've been there my whole life. And what Mike presented was excellent. You saw a lot of the history of our, you saw a lot of the results of the history of our subdivision. And I'm here to just provide a historical background for the subdivision. In that time, my father stopped. They had property at what was known as Edmonton Beach at the time, which now is Spring Lake. And they came to Jackfish Lake for the fishing. They were looking for catch pike because there wasn't any in their lake. And he stopped to go to the bathroom, came off, going back to his boat, and he said, "Man, this is awesome. I wonder if the farmer would give me permission to camp here next weekend." So we went and talked to the farmer, and the farmers, back in those days, they were just electrifying Alberta at that time, and he needed some money to electrify his barn. long story short, Dad ended up buying it from him, and got the subdivision approved by a neighbor. He was a subdivider, or whatever you call them, surveyor, I don't know. And they made he drew up the plan. A friend of his was a bulldozer operator, and he put in the road. And in retrospect, I wish that doggone road was about 5 meters further north, because it would have alleviated a heck of a lot of problems. And a little bit further to what Mike was talking about, I have had discussions with the grader operator, Dave, who hates that corner. And we have most of our traffic, big heavy trucks, turn around on my mom's driveway because it's available to them. And then because turning around at the far end is not very good. So I've discussed, he suggested that, and I offered that we could give up some of our land, which is to the north of that little road, and make a wider road that's safe and a place for people to park. We've had last year or the year before, we had a bit of a problem with somebody had a heart attack or something in one of the lots. And EMS had a hell of a time getting in there because there's two sides of the road where people were parking there. So that would make sense, but I haven't got around to it, and it may happen sooner than later, who knows. But right now, that turnaround it works, but it's not acceptable, particularly for a school bus. I'm a little bit concerned about his proposal. That's the first time I've seen it, where you would actually extend that road down a pretty significant hill and have a turnaround down there. I'm not sure about the levels. And something you really need to understand, and it's difficult for you to see from these pictures, that's a heck of a big hill. It drops 40 feet from the edge of that road down to where the cabin is. It's a 40-foot drop in not very far. So that's part of the problem of that whole subdivision. It was originally designed to be seasonal cabins, and that's why the lots were so bloody small. I built a house there recently, 2016. I'm in lot, in this thing, it's block 2, lot 2. And so they're very small to try and build a big house, but that's what you're left with. But the beauty of another thing is, my property line goes to within 20 feet of the actual lake. Unheard of nowadays. Nowadays, like the people in the west, the newest one, West Point, wherever it is, they got 30 meters and then another 30 meters. Well, that goes out right past the top of my whole lot. My lot wouldn't be there. So it's a different time now, and rightly so. The more that we get people coming to the lake, it needs to be the way it is now. But you cannot go back. You can't retroactively say, well, we need to have a 30-meter ER. It just won't work in this subdivision. And we're on different times. Back then, pit toilets were anybody used. And so nowadays, you can't use a pit toilet. Well, you can, but it has to be plastic lined and pumped out. So basically, the history of those roads, and back in the day, I remember distinctly my dad being told, these are not roads. Like the road that was shown in the middle ER or CR, which is two lots away from mine, that was always there, and it was called a path. And we were counseled, my dad was counseled not to put gravel on it, because if you put gravel on it, it becomes a road, and that's not okay. And I remember hearing that conversation back when I was just a kid, and I went, what the heck's the difference, a road to a road? But I also remember if the storm clouds came, everybody who was parked down on the bottom had to drive up quickly because it was mud. If it rained or anything, you could not drive up that hill. Anyway, that road, I'll call it a road now, the path, went down to the beach, which was low water in the 60s. It was where it is now. And there was a roadway that went all the way down in front of Ken Glened, and that's where I remember a semi-trailer truck bringing my neighbor's cabin in parts and pieces down that road. They couldn't come down the big path next to our lots, so they came down the Priest's Road. And by the way, the priests own Lot 1. They own Lot 1, and their access cuts through the Crown Reserve, or the reserve, and then onto their lot. And that they're actually, I found out after talking with Donna, that island is Crown Grant. It's not on part of any of the subdivisions in the area. It's a Crown Grant, and they've been there forever. I don't know, I'm probably at my 10 minutes, aren't I? Yeah. But basically, those roads, paths, whatever you want to call them, have been there for a long, long time. And speaking of, this is my last point, speaking of the ER, emergency vehicles, if they need to get down to Lot 17, that road's essential. And once they get to next to Lot 17, they can then take their stretchers or whatever they need across to 16 and 15. And then they have actual road access. Not to mention they can bring a fire truck down there and service those 3 lots with the fire trucks. And that's it. If there's any questions, I'm ready to go.
Thank you, Ms. Roseborough. Any questions? Councillor Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Rosborough. That was a very interesting walk through history, and that's always a very beneficial thing. So what do you believe is the best solution? In 3 sentences.
Good for you. I believe it's really important to maintain that corridor, the wildlife corridor. Right now, that road's been there long enough, all the wildlife, everything that's alive now knows that road's there, and they use that corridor. Between this subdivision and Two Island Point, there's a road allowance, as is mentioned, and then it hits the reserve for Two Island Point, and it goes up the hill into the forest, and the animals and plants are going good there. I think what I've heard the presentation is that there's going to be a bigger environmental reserve from the shoreline, so that the shoreline is kind of a misnomer. It's no longer a shoreline. We used to water ski through that channel, and it's now dry. So it's no longer a channel, but the ER is down there, and that will allow that wildlife to go along and up. And then the roadway stays where it is. But I find that what Mike presented was quite intriguing to have that turnaround down there, as long as they can get up and down that hill.
And you mentioned widening the road. So is that your option, widening the road and have a turnaround? And easements? Like, I'm just trying to get to, because for me, I've never been there, so I don't know the land, and we're not really supposed to drive out and look at those things beforehand, which I'm a land girl. When I see it, I get it, and I love maps, but it's just, I'm missing something here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they should sell the land, even though it does set kind of a precedent, like some people have mentioned. But you have to look at the case by case. Some places it's prudent to have a lease, where you can lease it for a while. But when you want to have make it legal, and I think you need to sell it. I think it would be a good. In fact, it would to sell it to them and then increase the ER, and then it's a win-win. And then the people from lot 16 also maintain their access to their property. So I think I'm supporting it.
Hey, thank you. Any further, Councillor Weidman? Or sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor Burney, then Councillor Weidman.
No, I'm going to direct my question to administration when it comes time.
Okay, Councillor Weidman.
Yeah, I don't think council appreciates the slope there, and this is one of those subdivisions that probably should have never been developed the way it was developed, but in those days, we didn't know anything about development, and we did our best, and it worked. Until you've been there, you can't appreciate the slope. And so I think it's really hard for us to see from there what this really entails. There's a lot of drawings here, and some of them are clear and some are not. Probably it's partly our system here. I'll go back to precedent, and I'd answered some people's questions that had written me prior to this. And we don't set precedent here because of taxes, because of anything. Everything we do is a one-off. There's no precedent. So I think a lot of people say, well, we might set precedent here. We look at each individual case on its own merits. So whatever we do here, there's no precedent. And again, I'll go back to my comments on some of the stuff I wrote. My priority is the lake health and the health of Parkland County and the land around there. So we typically would not do anything to jeopardize that. In fact, some of the things we do here when it comes to land development actually enhance the lands better than what they were before. I'm not saying this is or it isn't. I'm just saying that's what we try to do here. So that's my comment.
That was a very good question. I'm just joking. Any further questions for Mr. Roseborough? Great, thanks. Let's move on to, thank you. Let's move on to our third registered speaker, Mr. Andrew Cyril and Carl Young on behalf of Jackfish Lake Management. Please come forward, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, as long as whoever is speaking just to press the middle button and away we go. Thank you. Welcome.
We play dueling mics all the time, so join us in this game.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing us out today. We're both of us. I'm the Director of Communications with Jackfish Lake Management Association and also a property owner on Jackfish. So lake stewardship and just overall health of the lake is a huge concern to us, hence why we're here today.
And I'm Andrew Searle, the Vice President of the Jackfish Lake Management Association. I want to thank you, Council, for letting us present here today.
Okay. So one of our concerns here for sure is just of selling the municipal reserve is that, however, as Councillor Rob mentioned, that you know, it's not precedent setting and it's handled on a case by case. We've already spoken to a couple other people that mentioned they had some similar issues, and so we are definitely concerned that if this land is sold, that it could cause many other meetings like this to occur, especially on Jackfish. Jackfish Lake, like I've been coming out there for 20 years now, and it's a very unique lake with lots of very like slopey hills and long beaches. So we just recognize it for what it is, and there's these reserves that were set up so many years ago, like 60, 70 years ago, with a goal, with a design, and definitely concerned that if we start going back on that now and changing, you know, like the property is the property that, you know, could use better access. However, I'd like to point out on this lake, there are many houses on islands there with no road access at all. So in the summer, it's just by boat to get to them. And then in the winter, it's on the ice. So it is a unique lake, and definitely, if we do start, changing the rules here, what about the other subdivisions? What about the municipal reserves that are in, say, West Point, or, in 20 years, could we be looking at where we have the path to the lake or one of the holding ponds and it's no longer being used or dried up? Do we then subdivide that? Do we sell that off? But I'm just asking you guys consider, there was, a plan, and those were set aside for, nature, for the public to travel through in the summer and winter, and these are just vital areas to get through to the lake. Do you want to add on that?
So I'd like to say that, we understand the situation the property owner is in. They're in a predicament and they need to have access to their land, to their lot. The board's concern with the situation, the solution presented, is that it doesn't protect the environmental integrity of the shoreline. The proposed plan doesn't mandate an ER across the entire width of the lot, which, was a requirement to develop West Point Estates. The plan showed a partial ER, but the rest of it seemed to be open. And we also believe then that would allow the homeowner to access the shoreline from that section of unprotected reserve. And we don't feel that that's an appropriate part of the solution. So Councillor Wiedemann, I understand what you say about the precedent. It's not setting precedent. I'm no lawyer, but I would argue that if something came up and this was the solution that was allowed to buy the reserve land for this reason, a lawyer would go back to this case and use it to further another case. Mr. Evans had showed the examples of all three lots, the reserve lots on the land that have roads, paths, what you will. All three, the other two could then say, we would like to buy the reserve land because we already have a road there, we need access to the lake or to Church Island. And I feel it's, if precedent's not the right word, it's not the solution I think should be first and foremost. I think there are other options that should be considered first that allows access to the properties, protects the shoreline, protects the environment. That's really, I think, our position.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from council members? Councillor Kowalski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both, Mr. Young and Mr. Searle. Mr. Searle, you're saying there are other solutions. What are your suggestions, please?
So I can give you my opinion as a property owner there, as a person not on behalf of the board. Just that caveat. I think an easement, to me, an easement was the logical choice. I'm not privy to all the details behind why it wasn't considered, or maybe it was and this wasn't presented. But an easement is something that's utilized in my industry, in the engineering and pipeline easements. They last, right? I would utilize that, and then along with that, that ER that was set up on the northeast corner of the lot extended all the way to the lot 17 line. Make sure that they get them to have the environment put back to its natural state and then protect it from there from that point on, and allow them to access the land via an easement.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Seeing none. Thank you for your presentation and information. Those are the three speakers that I have listed. Is there anyone else who is here who would like to speak? Seeing none, perhaps we could have administration come back forward, and I guess I'm looking for clarifications. There's many great suggestions, but in order for Parkland County to move forward with any of the suggestions, I believe it's imperative that it's important that we remove the designation to be able to entertain these options. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move my mic up for you. Thank you. I'd like to comment on that before you continue with your questions. So Thank you to all the speakers for the input. I think there are some great suggestions that have a lot of merit here, and they're all things that we should explore. But in order to fully do so, we do need, we are asking council to remove the designation, and that will allow us to discuss all the options, including easements. There's a suggestion of a construction of a turnaround there, the designation of ER across the entire frontage of that parcel there, as was brought up. But without the removal of the MR designation, we can't actually do any of those things. So that is key for today for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Tomajian. We have administration back up. I believe Deputy Mayor Burney had a question.
I do, and Ms. Domagen, you just answered it. There are some great suggestions here, and I appreciate the history. I, too, haven't been out there as well, so, and this is a unique situation, and we will take it case by case. This is not going to happen all over the lake now. There's some good arguments here and good suggestions, and that's what I wanted to know. That's the clarity that I was looking for, so thank you for that.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Ms. Whitewich, you said it was impossible to give them an easement. That's the reason. Now,
To Councillor Kowalski, on registered designated land, you're unable to register an easement. You cannot give or register a private interest in the land. So in order to even look at an easement as an option, we need to remove the designation. As far as, I'm just going to address the ER question, like as we had stated, what we had shown here is preliminary. We could be looking at extending that all the way down, and there could be adjustments to that boundary. But in order for that to happen, we have to first address the designation.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, and that's how I understand it, is that in order to move forward with any option, it's critical to remove the designation to be able to protect the health of the lake with ER, to be able to provide potential legal access, to be able to provide easements, to be able to provide any alternate routes within that section. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Gamble, that is correct.
Thank you. Go to Deputy Mayor Burney, then.
Yeah, just saying that this is the first step of a few. So, and I appreciate this input from the residents, and especially the concern of the shoreline. So all that will be taken into consideration, correct? Let's just confirm this.
That's correct. Administration would follow all of council's policies and bylaws.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Weidman, then Councillor Kuchar-Johnson, then Councillor Kowalski.
Yeah, and I understand it now that the dilemma you're in, you've got to remove the designation. And I think I'm leaning towards a motion to remove the designation and go back to the drawing board about planning the turnaround and so on. And I'll go back to the snow removal. I want to clarify, I don't think the snow removal wasn't done because there wasn't enough room to turn around. I think it wasn't done because we missed it. We didn't bring either a smaller piece of equipment in or we missed it. And that happens quite often. And so what I want the residents to realize is if you see that that's happened, phone the county or phone myself and we'll get on it. We have 2,000 kilometers of roads, so miles or kilometers? Kilometers. So a lot of times we'll miss a road. Sometimes they think that it's not that traveled, so they'll get back to it later. Maybe it's the end of shift or whatever. So I urge you to phone myself or phone the county and they'll get on it right away. It's not that we didn't do it because we couldn't turn around, because that wouldn't make any sense. We've got small equipment, we've got large equipment, we can get whatever we need. Going back to this, I think I understand it now, that, and I'm leaning to a motion to change the designation, or remove the designation, and to go back to the drawing board and replan that road out. Not that we have to reconstruct the whole thing, but for future use, maybe do a little bit of planning when it comes to a turnaround there. Maybe look at acquiring additional lands from the Rosebarrows if we need it or whatever. But we'd have to budget for that. We'd have to make a plan for it. So obviously there's a little bit of work that needs to be done here. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm just going to speak to part of that. Councillor Wiedemann, The reason for the road dedication, as engineering had proposed, would be so that we would have the land available should we desire to expand the road, build a turnaround. It would secure us part of that land while legalizing the access.
Makes sense. Great. Councillor Kuchar-Johnson, then Councillor Kowalski.
That was exactly the question I had. So I noticed we got a big parcel of land there, so you're saying that in the future it might be changed to something else.
Thank you. Councillor Kowalski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I look at the motion, and I guess the very last part of it is purpose of disposal. Can we consider, because to me that means you're selling it off. It's gone, right? To me, so could we look at the purpose of redesignation? Would that be acceptable to land titles or not? Like, what are our options in this motion?
Can I just,
Not indicate that we're selling it off to the landowner.
Actually doesn't even refer to that in the motion, in the actual
Purpose
motion.
of disposal.
for clarification
motion.
for council, we have the motion in front of us. So the proposed motion is that council designate or direct administration to provide notification to the Alberta Land Registry that the lot has met all provisions under Division 9, Section 674 of the Municipal Government Act, and that designations shall be removed. I'll let administration get into it a little bit more, but my understanding of the situation, and I think our preference is administration, I don't think there needs to be an additional motion added from council. I think council and administration and the community can work together to bring forward options. And then there's a little bit more flexibility in how those conversations can take place. But I'll pass it over to the team maybe to add a little bit more there.
To Councillor Kowalski, the term disposal could be, it's disposal of the designation. It's removal of the designation, not disposal so much as the land itself. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just for clarification, we are still in the information gathering stage, so we're not I appreciate the clarifications, but we're not at the motion yet. So we're still in the public hearing. We have people who have shared information with us in order for us to gather more information and to achieve clarification of such information. So any questions related to clarification, ensuring that we have enough information in this public hearing to be able to come out and then move forward to the motion. So I'll go to Deputy Mayor Burney.
I'm not sure I can do this, but I'm going to do it. So by a show of hands to our residents from Jackfish, please tell me, raise your hand if you have a better understanding of this situation than when you came in this morning, given this discussion. Show of hands, please. Okay, that's what I want to see. Thank you.
Any clarification questions for our presenters from council members? I am seeing none at this point, so thank you. Last call for anyone who would like to speak at the public hearing. 2 minutes, Mr. Roseborough? 30 seconds. You'd have to come forward, please, and into the microphone so that those who are joining us would be able to hear as well. Thank you.
I'm speaking behalf of the Roseboroughs. We'll give you the land you need. You just build the road.
Thank you, Mr. Roseborough. Anyone else who would like to speak? Thank you. Please come forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, just as an owner, with a better understanding of this, I would just implore that if we're going to dispose of the land, if that's the option to, enhance ERs, et cetera, the sale of the land is the thing we want to avoid. It should remain as reserve. Grant an easement, but don't sell the land to the homeowners. That's, I think, probably our biggest fear as homeowners there.
Okay. Thank you. We understand your concern. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak? Last call. Okay, I'll now ask council if we are satisfied with the amount of information that we have received before closing the hearing, and advise that if council wishes to obtain more information, a motion to recess the hearing may be made. So I will ask council members if there is anyone here who does not feel that they have enough information to close. I am seeing no hands, so I will close the hearing at 10:34 and state that council wishes to advise that it is unable to receive any further written or verbal submissions now that this hearing is officially closed. Let's move back. Now, item 4.2 to the proposed motion. I will look to the Division Councilor Weidman to move the motion.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion that council designate administration to provide notification to Alberta Land Registry that Plan 6116 KS Block 2, Lot R has met all provisions under Division 9, Section 674 of the MGA, and that designation shall be removed. And that's the only, so that's the only thing that I'm proposing.
Thank you, Councillor. Opening comments? Or we'll move to questions, comments, debate. To Deputy Mayor Burney.
Yeah, I would just like to thank all the homeowners that came in. I wish all of our public inputs had this much input. We appreciate you coming forward with your information, to contributing, to listening, and together we've learned. I feel very positive in my decision. I will support this, and we've heard your concerns going forward. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council members? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, and thank you all for coming in today. That concludes our item 4.2. We are now going to take a recess until 10:50. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's 10:51. We're going to resume our council meeting, and we still have a full crowd, so it must be going really well. We're going to move forward into our agenda to accommodate our guest. Item 6H1, which is the conceptual scheme within Atchison Zone 5, Northeast 315126 west of 4th Northeast, and we can see the other three that are there. I will turn that to Ms. Domajan for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you read it and I don't have to, so I appreciate that. Here with us today are Julia Leduc, our Senior Planner of Current Planning, and Roya Karimi Bushiri, our Current Planner 1. They've joined us to present the Atchison Zone 5 conceptual scheme for the noted quarters of land and answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Planning and Development Services is before you this morning to present the Atchison Zone 5 conceptual scheme for your consideration.
The proposed conceptual scheme includes 3 quarter sections located in the western portion of Atchison Zone 5, adjacent to Highway 16A and Spruce Valley Road. Within the conceptual scheme area, the northeast quarter is districted as business industrial and industrial frontage overlay. The northwest quarter is districted as agricultural general, and the southeast quarter is districted as agricultural restricted. Conceptual schemes are high-level policy-oriented documents that guide the development of lands. They provide a framework for future subdivision and analyze various planning considerations, which include, but are not limited to, existing policy structures, environmental and site features, development concepts, servicing, and phasing. Conceptual schemes also provide additional and supportive detail to the information contained within an area structure plan. The subject lands are located within the Atchison Industrial Area Structure Plan and are designated as commercial/light industrial.
The proposed conceptual scheme was developed in consultation with administration and is in alignment with the Municipal Development Plan and Atchison ASP. The conceptual scheme proposes business industrial land uses and breaks the area down into 3 development cells. A subdivision application has been received and is being processed concurrently with the conceptual scheme application for development cell A. Within cell A, 2 large business industrial lots and a stormwater management facility are proposed. Cell A also proposes the extension of 99 Ave and 96 Ave from the east boundary of the quarter section to the west boundary connecting to Spruce Valley Road. Cells B and C are identified as future phases and would require redistricting applications in order to develop for business industrial uses. A portion of the conceptual scheme area is located within the Wagner Natural Area Groundwater Recharge Zone, as shown on the map here. Groundwater recharge is the primary method through which water enters an aquifer. The groundwater recharge zone is the area where rain and snow seep down into the aquifer. Water that seeps into the aquifer in this area discharges into the Wagner Natural Area. As such, a groundwater recharge assessment was completed in support of the proposed conceptual scheme. The report included an evaluation of whether the proposed development would result in changes in recharge to the Wagner Natural Area in terms of groundwater flow rates and quality. It was determined that 2 main changes would occur, the first being a decrease in plant transpiration due to the site changing from cropland, and secondly, changes in drainage due to the proposed stormwater pond. The report notes that due to these changes, no decrease in the groundwater recharge is expected, and a slight increase would be expected. Due to the sensitivity of the area, policy within the conceptual scheme imposes direction to ensure that any potential impacts to the aquifer are appropriately mitigated and that the groundwater system is protected. Additionally, the proposed stormwater management facility in Development Cell A will be unlined to promote infiltration of water back into the ground. As per county policy, public engagement is required for a proposed conceptual scheme. The applicant held an open house on July 25th, 2023,
at the Elks Social Hall in Spruce Grove. The open house was advertised in the Spruce Grove Examiner. Direct notifications were sent to adjacent landowners by mail and stakeholders by email. 32 individuals signed the register, and no written comments were received. Discussion at the open house indicated general support for the project. Due to the groundwater recharge area, direct engagement was conducted with the Wagner Natural Area Society, or WNAS. The meeting was held on July 17th, 2023, and the WNAS identified concerns including potential impacts to the percentage of groundwater recharge within the site, loss of water for natural recharge, and soil permeability recharge. Administration also conducted a circulation of the conceptual scheme application to adjacent landowners, internal stakeholders, and relevant agencies. The formal comment period was between November 1st, 2023 and November 22nd, 2023. Comments received from internal departments were addressed through revisions to the document. No concerns were received from agencies. One comment was received from an adjacent landowner regarding traffic on Spruce Valley Road, and the WNAS indicated similar concerns as were noted in their pre-application meeting with the applicant. The proposed conceptual scheme is in alignment with the policies of both the Municipal Development Plan and the Atchison Industrial Area Structure Plan. It's also in alignment with the goals and objectives of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan. As such, administration supports the proposed conceptual scheme and recommends that council adopt the conceptual scheme as presented. This concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions. The proponent for the application, Mr. Nick Price, representing V3, does not have a formal presentation. However, he's also available to respond to any questions of council. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. We will look to the division. Councillor Kowalski for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. The council adopt the Zone 5 conceptual scheme as presented.
Thank you. Any opening comments?
Yes, as a councillor for the area and also, of course, for all of Parkland County, it's exciting to see this build out in Zone 5. I know there's some concerns from a couple of the neighbors, and of course, I'm sure we'll hear from the Wagner Natural Area Society because they're always concerned about their recharge area. But it's really great to have the involvement of some really first-rate developers involved and consultants, and I think it's been a very thorough job. And really excited to see this moving forward. So thank you all.
Great. Questions, comments? Councillor Couture-Johnson and Councillor Weedman.
I have a question for you. I don't know if you've already addressed it, but when does Alberta Environment get involved in regards to the Wagner Bog?
Thank you to Councillor Couture-Johnson. So Alberta Environment would have been one of the agencies that the applications were circulated to. They didn't provide us with any comments or concerns on the applications.
Thank you. Councillor Weedman.
Can you put the diagram back up of the proposed area that's covered by the conceptual scheme? Okay. So going, like I guess in the conceptual scheme, and you might have answered this, why would you not go farther to the west to cover those smaller parcels in the concept scheme? Understand there might be different owners.
Thank you, Councillor Weedman. So the conceptual scheme area, the municipal development plan provides some policy to guide us on the area that should be included within a conceptual scheme. For an industrial conceptual scheme, the standard area is a full section of land. In this case, since that kind of southwest quarter is not part of the Atchison Industrial Area Structure Plan, that quarter was excluded from the conceptual scheme area, but otherwise it follows our standard process of having a full section within the conceptual scheme boundary.
So, so that quarter, for instance, what's it in? What ASP is it in? So
are you referring to this quarter section here? It's not part of any area structure plan area.
So why wouldn't it be? I'm just curious to see why we didn't go farther west.
We're talking about actually the 5 lots that are already in Zone 5. So, yeah, those ones, not the pink one south, but the west. Yeah, because there's... South as well, but to the west.
I guess I'm curious to see why they're not involved in the concept plan, even if we don't intend to develop them right away.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Wiedemann. I believe we don't force an applicant to include other lands that aren't part of their ownership. So the application that came forward was for the 3/4 as shown. And because it met our requirements under the MDP, there wouldn't have been a discussion that we would have had to say, can you include more lands? That we leave that to the applicant to determine. Thank you.
And maybe just to clarify, and for planning's, maybe planning could clarify this. Right now, we're speaking about a developer-led process, right? So maybe we can just clarify between a developer-led process and a county-led process in this instance.
Yes, so in this instance, so we do have our area structure plan, and there can be many different conceptual schemes within that area structure plan. It gives us a little bit more detail for that specific portion. So conceptual schemes are generally applicant-led because they're looking to develop their portion of their land. And they're wanting to get into more details, and they have to follow all the schemes that are required by the ASP itself. So all the major road networks, all the drainage, all of the major infrastructure are determined at that ASP level. This gives us another level deeper and to time our construction of the development of that.
So my question is, if it was a county-led conceptual scheme, you might have more land included then, if it was that way.
It could be, but we generally wouldn't initiate a conceptual scheme on our own. Those are developer-led.
Great, thank you. Any further questions from council members? Councillor Kowalski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I assume that the lands to the west where our guest this morning was talking about, they would want to have to do their own concept plan for those 5 lots. Would they have to do one for each lot, or would they have to do it as a group? Do you know?
Thank you, Councillor Kowalski. So, yeah, it's common for us to have multiple conceptual schemes within each zone. So, for example, we have the Zone 2 conceptual scheme, which includes 4 quarters within Zone 2. However, that's not the entirety of Zone 2. So if a different landowner within that zone would like to develop their lands, they could do their own conceptual scheme if that's required, or follow whatever processes would be in place there.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? I'll just say for comments, I'm very excited and 100% aligned with this conceptual scheme that is brought forward by a developer within Parkland County, which ultimately achieves our strategic plan of the growth and full build out of the Atchison area. So appreciate that. Those are my comments. Any other comments from councillors? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for joining us today in the gallery. Appreciate it. Okay, I believe we have a councillor leaving soon, so we will move to the one item 6C1, which is, I'm moving around a lot here today, 6C1, Bylaw 2024-2, Responsible Pet Ownership. I will turn that over to Mr. Heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With us this morning, we have Mr. Jeff Heritage, Director of Enforcement Services, and Mackenzie Blackburn, Supervisor, Court Liaison, and Shelter Operations. And they're prepared to present the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw 2024-02 for Council's information and first reading, and answer any questions Council may have. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of Council. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Ms. Blackburn. If we could go on to the first page, please. So this is the purpose of the bylaw is to regulate domestic animals and to promote responsible pet ownership within the county. We could do the next page, please.
Mr. Heritage, can you move the mic a little closer to yourself, please? Thank you.
So in summary, What we've done is clean up the definitions and create continuity with other county bylaws. We've simplified the verbiage and removed ineffective processes so that hopefully it can be understood by our residents. We've also revamped the vicious dog section, and that has been supported at our public engagement sessions. We've also added a section to keep hens on properties on 1 to 2 acres, and my colleague, Mr. Cross, will speak to that later. And we've added the ability for residents to apply to hold more than 4 dogs, livestock on a property for agricultural reasons. We've also added the animal abandonment section. Next slide, please. So in relation to the definitions, we've cleaned up and updated the verbiage, responsibilities, mediation, and discretion. Although we already have that ability, we've now added Section 70 to explain this to our residents. Violation tags and municipal tags. We've removed the first, second, and third offences, as this was ineffective. And with municipal tags, as I've previously mentioned with our community standards bylaw, this process was added at legal review as an alternative process. It's in the bylaw, but we have no intention of using it at this time. And we've also the false information and obstruction. This section has been added to reduce misleading or malicious reports. It's also to deter people from obstructing our officers carrying out their legal duties. Next slide, please. So the vicious dogs. We've revamped the vicious dog section, and I've already said that's been supported at our public engagement sessions. Hens, this section with guidelines has been added to allow residents to keep hens on properties from 1 to 2 acres, or 1.99 acres. And agricultural operations. If an allowance has been added for agricultural operations to allow more than 4 dogs or animal bird units if it's necessary for their business operations. And abandonment. Animal Protection Act doesn't have an enforceable abandonment section. Since the pandemic, we've seen an increasing number of animals abandoned in our county, and we've added this section to help counter this. And if we go to the next slide, please. Enforcement and penalties are to be included in the fees and charges bylaw, and our fines were reviewed and adjusted after carrying out a municipal scan and enforcement. Although we have always been allowed to use discretion, we felt it was important to explain this in our enforcement of the bylaw. We've done this in section 19, explaining that we need evidence to support charges. In section 20, we've explained the use of discretion, mediation, increased awareness, and education in lieu of applying violation tickets and penalties. And in section 21, we've explained the need for witness statements and court attendance in some cases in order to support violation tickets. We've also explained that once the matter is presented at court, we have no control over any decisions taken by that court. This is something I've attempted to explain at council on previous occasions. And that's the end of the presentation. I'll be happy to answer or try to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Heritage and Ms. Blackburn. I appreciate the presentation and all of the work in putting this together. I'll look to Deputy Mayor Burney to move the first proposed motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that the bylaw 2024-02 receive first reading. And I just have a question and possibly an addition. And I noticed that you looked directly at me when you said, I'll answer all your questions. You didn't add enthusiastically, though. So happy to see that this is being rewritten. Of course, I'm disappointed that we can't seem to address cats. I have to say that to my residents. And I understand it's very complex, but we're doing the best that we can here. So the one thing I would like to suggest to be added is just a definition of distress. Under number 74, we have animal cruelty. And the first, it says, no person or owner shall cause or permit a domestic animal to be in distress. And the reason I would like that added is some people have different definitions of distress. And I see that the Alberta Animal Act has added that into their bylaws as well. Just a definition so that there's never any question about what distress is. And I know that I've had, in one instance, I had a bit of a disagreement with someone about what distress was, so I want it spelt out clearly so that there's just no question about it. And I did bring it, if Ms. Williams, she'll bring it up here soon. So, and then I'll just read it out. An animal is in distress if it is A, deprived of adequate shelter, ventilation, space, food or water or veterinary care of reasonable protection from injurious heat and cold. B, injured, sick, in pain or suffering, and C, abused or subjected to undue hardship, privation or neglect. The provisions for ventilation and space mean that animals kept in holding facilities are entitled to fresh air and sufficient room to carry out normal activities. The term veterinary is to clarify the type of care and to ensure that animals receive proper medical attention when needed. The requirement for reasonable protection from injurious heat or cold makes it an offense to fail to protect an animal from extreme temperatures. The type of protection varies according to species and sometimes by breeds within a single species. However, all species require some form of protection from the elements. Dogs left outdoors, for example, need a degree of protection dependent upon their breed and hardiness. Some livestock species, such as pigs, require closed structures, while windbreaks are acceptable for cattle and horses. And that's the end of it, just brings more clarity in my mind in case there's ever any questions. Sometimes people they differ in their opinions, so that's why I would like to add that. Thank you.
Okay, go to Councillor Weidman then, or do you have comment first with respect to? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor. I know you want.
I think why you're not specific in there is because the peace officer has more discretion. If you are specific, then you lose discretion, and I think that also applies to dangerous dogs as well, or vicious dogs. The peace officer, from what I understand here now, can make a easier determination under his discretion than if it was specified what a vicious dog was. Is that correct?
Sure, yeah, let Mr.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Weidman. Yes, that's correct. And as you know, with any of these bylaws, once we put one term in, it knocks another one out. It's a bit of a nightmare, a bit of a minefield to go through. In discussion with Councillor Burney, yeah, we could certainly add that as a definition. And if we were to do that, my advice would be to remove section 76, because what we've got is a slight duplication. If we can scan back to section 76, so that basically a person or owner shall, that's a very condensed version of distress. So if Councillor Burney wanted that definition put in distress, we could put that into the definitions section. My advice would be then to remove 76, so there was people couldn't work between the two sections, if that makes sense.
And just to clarify for council, I think right now we're talking about an amending motion, and so if there is an amending motion that Councillor Burney would like to put forward, then yeah, I suggest that council consider that.
So just to continue here, I guess a question I have on the original motion is you've been general in one section, and to then move one line item to be very specific, does that change the nature of many other pieces within the bylaw or the ability to enforce from your perspective?
Yeah, to the chair, no. It's short answer, no. Okay. While we were talking, I've checked other definitions to see if there was any contradiction, and there isn't. So we can do that if you want that amendment done.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor, we're still first round, Councillor Kowalski, then to, do you have Councillor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're both on at the same time. That's interesting. Thank you very much for your presentation. We're certainly looking at all these bylaws. So we've made an amendment to the community standards bylaw about noise. We're not tracking. How then, in this bylaw, do we define, like some of my neighbors who leave their dogs out all day and bark all day, how do we now manage that? Please.
So through the chair to Councillor Kowalski. So there is interference. No person shall negligently or willfully untie, restrain, tease or where are we? Nuisance. The owner of a dog shall ensure that the dog does not bark excessively. So there is sufficient in this section to deal with that.
What does that mean? You know, like, is it 20 minutes, 3 hours? Is it different when you're in a quarter section versus in a multi, right? Like it doesn't seem to me like it sufficiently covers all. It's too broad for the many situations that we have.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Kowalski, you're exactly right. There is no what is all right for one person will not be all right for another person, and that's where we would ask if you phone in a complaint, give us the evidence, and that could be an hour's worth of barking every night between times. Give us that evidence, and if we will use our discretion, if we think that is excessive, we will then we will take that complaint forward. If a dog is left out barking on a quarter section and it's not annoying anybody, then quite honestly, we're not gonna chase that up. So each case will be judged differently. There's nothing set in stone, but the ability of discretion, we believe, and this legislation will help us deal with this.
So excessive is kind of like the word distress, in my view, right? They're very descriptive words that can go from left out in the cold to barking for 10 days, right? So I'm not going to suggest we make any changes to the bylaw, just because we've changed the community standards and what is the definition of noise level, and we're not asking people to actually track it anymore on their phones. It seems to me that this is less ability to do things than more. I thought that's what we said in our community standards bylaw.
No, through the chair to Councillor Kowalski. No, what we're saying is sound monitors don't work. And sound monitors, firstly, and I know we're talking about the community standards now, but sound monitors traditionally don't work. If we're out there in a marked car, people are going to see we're out there in a marked car, therefore there was no noise. If we leave a sound monitor there, we've erected a sound monitor in somebody's rear garden. That complainant then runs their lawnmower by the sound monitor, and we have false readings. There's never been a prosecution, so it's a total waste of time. Yeah. What I would say is if your neighbour is creating a noise, the best way of recording it, quite honestly, is on your phone, where you can time and date it. I'm stood here. This is the noise I'm experiencing. That's the best evidence of all.
Thank you. I considered my phone a sound monitor, so that was my issue.
Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Burney, then Councillor Weedman.
Thank you for that. We're back to the animal bylaw now. And the reason that I took the definition that I brought forward, it is the same as in the Animal Act of Alberta. And I think that we should be the same if you want to talk discretionary use. I mean, our officers still have used their discretion in this. It's just better defined. Sometimes you get people that disagree on distress. So this gives a more clear definition. I'm thinking it may make the officers' jobs easier when it comes, to a case. They can just say right there it is, better description, and it's followed under the Alberta Animal Act as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weedman.
I know what you're trying to say, and I know what Jeff's trying to say, and I could see where you're going here. And I'll use the example of my own place. My neighbor's got 5 horses. I may think they're in distress, but they may not be. I may think they need a windbreak, but they probably don't. And so if it's specified in there, it's in the law. So this way, if it's not specified, our officers get to use their discretion and probably a little bit more leeway. If the law is very prescriptive, you have to go by what the prescriptive description of the law is. If there's nothing, then it's up to the officer. And I think it gives us more ability to influence the outcome.
Anyone else for Sally, you haven't spoken yet? Any comments, questions? And then we'll go back to.
Just to kind of go on what Rob was saying, you know, like I've seen it on Facebook where somebody will be upset because the dog is outside. But if the dog is a husky, well, they demand to be outside. I know, I used to have a husky. So, yeah, I think there needs to be some room for interpretation in the bylaws for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Kowalski?
So, Mr. Greenman, you're saying we shouldn't follow the Animal Act of Alberta? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused, because the Animal Act of Alberta supersedes county bylaws. So why would we not use their definition when it's already legislated?
Yeah, I've never been called Mr. for a long time. That means you're mad at me. I understand that, and the law isn't always worded to be enforced. And I think what we're doing here is we're leaving it open to our officers interpreting the law on their own. Whether we may or may not like that, I think it gives them a little bit more leeway. To give you an example, if I don't know if this will apply or not, if there's a dog barking, you've got to prove to Jeff's people that the dog is bothering you. So you do that by recording, you'll give them a dog, what's the report? Bark.
Excessive barking.
No, there's a report you used to get, you wanted, Phil.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Goodwin. Yeah, we used to do a dog bark package. They were never successful because you couldn't rely on that evidence.
So, but you've got to prove that there's an issue. When you prove that there's an issue and the officer comes, it's his discretion whether he wants to take that information or not, I think. If you do a good job in proving it, you got a better job giving it to our officer with the proof than you do it going to court and having somebody else interpret it, or judges going back and forth. It's probably going to end up in court anyway if it's serious enough, but at least this makes their job easier, because there's nothing stopping them, no wording limiting them for using their discretion. Do you know what I mean?
Deputy Mayor Burney?
That was interesting. So I'm curious. First of all, as Councillor Kowalski said, this is from the Alberta Animal Act that does supersede anything. And on the one hand, sometimes our bylaw officers have complaint that there's too much gray in our bylaws. And now this is following a superseding rule that simply is a little bit more descriptive. It is not taking away from the officer's discretion in any way, shape, or form. Would you or would you not agree?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Burney, I have to agree with you this time. Sorry, Rob. No, the discretion is an important part of the makeup of how we do our job. It really is important. When there is legislation, for example, the Animal Protection Act, we would follow that. It's that simple. And what I can say is we don't get that caught to that many animal protection matters, but when we do, we adhere to their definition. It's that simple, honestly.
Barb, can you pull the amendment up, please? Oh, there it is. It's right up there. Injurious was spelt wrong on the one part there. But again, this is just taking more to protect our animals, that's all. I think no one can disagree that that when an animal is in distress, you want to do whatever you can. This is taking all doubt out of there, making sure that we're looking out for the animal, period. So I guess my amendment, I would ask for an amended motion to remove number 76, replace it with what we have up there, with correct spelling.
Just a question for our enforcement team on the last paragraph of this. Do we want to include examples in our bylaw, or do we want to leave something like that out? Or is that something we could maybe we could take that away and consider it and then bring it back as part of second reading, if that works, yeah.
again, through the chair to Councillor Wiedemann, what we've tried to do with our bylaw is, a lot of people read our bylaws from front to back, and if the information isn't contained in that bylaw, then they don't believe us. So having a definition like this in there that fully explains in it, I don't actually disagree with. I think it's good. Where we've tried to explain mediation, where we've tried to explain, because again, there's a quote in one of our earlier sections, as per whatever section of the MGA, we've got discretion. Well, we need to explain why we've got that. We need to explain why matters don't go an intended way at court. Although that's not particularly relevant to the legislation, it's relevant when our residents read it, because then they can understand where we're coming from a little bit. Yes, again, it's a bit long for a definition, honestly. But again, once you've got a definition that's set in place by the province, it's very dangerous then to try and take a shortcut. So what I'd like to do is go away, see how it fits, and then we can come back with that, if that's okay.
Great, thank you. So is that we are now dealing with an amendment. There's been an amendment proposed by Deputy Mayor Burney. Is that in entirety, or was there some prior to that that's shown up there? That's it right there? Oh, okay. So that's the amendments. Given the direction by our administration and the compliance with the Alberta legislation, I can support that. My question would be, if we look at, I understand A, B, and C, those are clear to me. But when it gets to the paragraphs, sometimes there's more interpretation, there's some unclarity. Just like your comments relative to the paragraphs. I support the direction of being in alignment with the province. Yeah. Microphone, please.
Oh, through the chair, I actually think it's a bit bulky.
Yeah.
I'd ask you to let me look and see how we can make it fit. That's what I'd like.
So we would have, then, my question would be, I will support the amendment, and potentially with as is, but the option of administration to potentially compact those paragraphs. There's some stuff in those paragraphs that I personally think we should have out of. Yeah, certainly.
And I may add that, okay, we can rewrite the amendment. I mean, part of this can be number 76, and part of it can be put under definitions as well. So that's, let's not make this more difficult than it needs to be.
I think it's difficult because this is the first time we're seeing it, and had we been provided this prior, we might have had the ability to see it in advance and be able to digest it prior to now. I think that would have been helpful for me, but I do support it. I think it makes sense, but I think it's the opportunity to share it earlier would be beneficial probably for all of us. So.
And if I may, well, and sometimes we have to bring motions forward without notice, like Rob did this morning as well. So I would have tried, but it didn't work out that way, so.
Yeah, I mean, the ones we add to agendas are emergent, and this is one, I think, this isn't the first time that these have come to us blind. I think it's an opportunity to share in advance. They probably would move smoother, just as advice, and I think that would be good for all of us. I think that would be awesome, but I support it. I think it makes sense, but a little bit of condensing of the verbiage, I think. So we do have an amendment before us, and I don't know if you have clarity, Ms. Williams, for what the amendment should say.
And Councillor Kowalski has.
Thank you to the mayor and members of council. Looking at the proposed motion in front of us today, may I suggest that it be in accordance with the Alberta Animal Act? And that way, if that act changes in any way or form, our bylaw will always be in alignment with that act at all times.
We invited you today for a reason. There it is right there. That is very clear.
That was in fact my point, is that when you quote legislation, you do it in a specific style and form so that it always follows with the legislation. So this is what the definition is today. If it gets changed next week by the Animal Act changes next week, if you quote the section properly, you don't have to change our bylaws. So Legislative Services knows the proper process and administrative coding to put that. So this is the intention. I support the intention, but the actual verbiage will come back in second reading.
That's exactly it. So we do have the amendment to be very clear, to be in accordance with the Alberta Animal Act. Okay. Certainly you may.
Thank you. Just want to get it right. So in that, we can say in accordance with, but I would also like note that what I appreciate about how they have worded this here is that they've added not just adequate food and water, but they've added ventilation space. So they've added a few words in here, which is vital. So just taking that to note, I look forward to what the rewrite looks like. Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is clear. The amendment is before us. Any further conversation, discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? The amendment is carried unanimously. Now we will move back to the proposed motion number 1, that bylaw 2024-02 receive first reading as amended. Okay. So the motion is now before us as amended. Okay. That's just in place. So we're now looking at the motion as amended.
We are looking at the motion as amended. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Are there any other suggested amendments that wish to be presented at this time?
Yeah, through to the chair.
It's already on the floor. Yeah.
We have 2 amendments that we would request, please. And I have to put my hands up, it's my mistake. Basically, I mentioned amendments to section 68 and to section 69. Basically, when we'd like to remove cats and domestic animals from 68, and at the moment, this inclusion conflicts with section 70. And then with section 69, we'd like to amend to now include animal bird units, as this would be less restrictive and would allow residents and agricultural operations to apply to have more than their allotted animals.
Thank you for the information. So for clarity, this will be the second amendment to the first reading bylaw. Councillor Wiedemann, would you like to move that second amendment?
Explain that amendment again, sorry. In English, not your English.
Through the chair to Councillor Wiedemann. Basically, as we talk about animal units, what we did is, depending on how we define different animals, it knocks out other sections of the bylaw. So I inadvertently put down on any residential, non-residential parcel, that has 2 acres or more, agricultural non-residential parcel, no more than 4 dogs, cats, or domestic animals. By putting that in, that knocks out the animal units in 70. It throws that out. And then on 69, notwithstanding section 68 and 70, the county may permit more than 4 dogs, cats, or domestic animals. Again, that has an adverse effect on the table on section 70. So to bring it back into line, we've got 2 proposals.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So Councillor Wiedemann, are you willing to move the second amendment?
Yeah, I'll move the second amendment.
Okay, second amendment is before us. Any questions, comments, discussion?
Okay, do we have enough time?
We will call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. So we are now at the original proposed motion number 1, that bylaw 2024-02 receive first reading as amended. Twice. Sorry, Ms. Williams?
To the mayor and members of council, we actually have 2 proposed additional amending motions.
Individually? Okay.
Yes, please.
So we will look at the second amendment, which is the first section that is on the screen before us, that bylaw 2024 be amended by deleting cats and domestic animals, and that section 68 of bylaw 202402 now read, on any residential or non-residential parcel or premises with a municipal address in Parkland County, 0.81 hectares, 2 acres or more, agricultural or non-residential parcel be more than 4 dogs shall be allowed. This is the second amendment that was before us and was proposed by Councillor Weidman. So for the second amendment, any further comments, questions, debate? Yeah. Thank you. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion, amendment carried unanimously. Let's go to the third amendment. Councillor Kuchar-Johnson, would you like to read in the third proposed amendment? The second section, yeah.
Oh, so I read that whole thing?
Sure.
Okay, that bylaw 2024-20, section 69, be amended by deleting cats or domestic animals and to be replaced with animals/bird units, and that section 69 of bylaw 2024-20 now read, notwithstanding section 68 or 70, that county may permit more than 4 dogs, animal/bird units on any parcel that is 0.81 hectares or 2 acres, or more than that is being used for agriculture operations. Applications for exception to section 68 or 70 must be made to the Director of Enforcement Services in writing should permission be granted. Conditions will apply and be adhered to.
Thank you, Councillor Kuchar-Johnson. The third proposed amendment is before us. Questions, comments, debate? Deputy Mayor Burney?
Just a correction on there, it's bylaw number 2024-02. Councillor Kuchar-Johnson mentioned 2024-20 twice, so just correcting that.
Hey, any comments, questions, debate on the third proposed amendment? Councillor Weidman.
You're not going to like this, but chickens. So it refers to bird units. You're talking about chickens, right?
He's got the shirt on.
Through the chair to Councillor Wiedemann. Again, I've just put all my stuff away. But for the purpose of bird units, effectively under this, yes, 15 chickens, depending on, is considered one unit when you look at section 70, if that helps you.
Yeah, it's kind of deceiving there because a bird unit is not one bird, it's 15, right? Yeah. Do you need to put that in there at all to clarify, or it's?
Through the chair to Councillor Wiedemann, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's well laid out. You have to read it, but I do think it's described as one animal/bird unit.
I'm really concerned here that the public reads that and doesn't see that. That all hell will break loose if they don't understand it. So that's my concern. What's a bird unit? Well, an animal unit, a dog animal unit is one dog, right? Or, yeah.
Animal bird unit means any animal set out in section 71 of this bylaw. Sorry. So, where was it, Mackenzie? The definition is, animal/bird unit means any animals as set out in section 71 of this bylaw. So what we'd hope is that people would then go to section 71 and look through it.
Mr. Mayor, to you and through to all of council, so bird units are defined in the bylaw. So in the bylaw, it does define that one animal unit is 15 chickens.
But I'm concerned it's always just going to read that and not go further. They do it all the time in this, and we hear about it. I don't know if you guys think it's okay, fine.
We're okay. It's in the definitions, right? Yeah. It's clarified in the definitions. Councillor Kowalski?
I was just going to say that perhaps then we just have to put in brackets behind that, where you said it was definition was in section 70, right? So animal, bird units as per or defined in or?
I would disagree. I don't think you go back and say as per in definitions, which were clearly in the definitions at the beginning. I'm comfortable the way it is myself. Anyone else? Comments? Mr. Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I will add is that, of course, when the bylaws are approved, and there is an educational component to that. So the things that we put online on our website, social media, those kinds of things, we'll certainly make note of that and make sure people understand how to read the bylaw and look at those kinds of things.
So we are at the third amendment proposed by Councillor Kuchar-Johnson. Questions, comments, debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Third amendment is carried unanimously. Now we're going back and we will read in the first proposed motion that bylaw 2024-02 receive first reading as amended. And that includes 3 specific amendments. So that motion is before us. Questions, comments, debate? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Amending motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. That concludes item 6C1.
Item number 2.
Item number 2, that a public hearing be scheduled on March 26, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. at Parkland County Center, Council Chambers, to hear public comment on bylaw 2000-24-02. Motion from Councillor Kowalski, if you're willing to move that.
Thank you, Mr. As read, I
Thank
move
you.
that motion.
And we'll move to Mr. Heritage.
Yeah, through the chair, we would request that we move the second and third reading to April the 9th, as this will give the public more time to digest the revised bylaw, please.
Perhaps we could have Councillor Kowalski just read in the motion with that date. Thank you.
I don't think, do we have a specific date at this point that we're actually going to bring the second bylaw back?
No, it's the public hearing.
April 9th.
April 9th.
Oh, sorry, I thought you wanted the first hearing, the second reading to come back on April 9th. You want public hearing on April 9th. Is that correct? Sorry, absolutely. That a public hearing be scheduled on April 9th at 9:30 a.m. at the Parkland County Center, Council Chambers, to hear comments from public comment on bylaw 2024-02.
Great, thank you. Second motion proposed before us. Questions, comments, debate? I will call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you for the presentation and the walking us through that. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. We do have a 10:30 appointment. We're a little behind. Item 4.3, the 10:30 appointment of the Lakes of Carville Pitted Delta Stony Plain region. We have some guests joining us today, and I will turn that to Mr. Cross for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to call forward here Mr. Dave True, Mr. Walter Nielsen, and Mr. Dave Mussel. And they're here to present the Carville Pitted Delta Stony Plain Region Report for Council's information. This is a project that Council provided funding support to, and these fellows are here to share with you the results and findings for your information, and they'll be pleased to answer any questions that Council may have. Thank you.
Microphone, please.
Are we cooking? Yep. Thank you for the invitation to come back and give you an update on our work. I'm going to sail through this fairly quickly because it's getting late. I have a lot of nice photographs to share with you of these beautiful lakes we have, and a little bit of information and some key messages and next steps. So without any further ado, I'm just going to get moving. We have a large number of beautiful small lakes in Parkland County. And over the last 4 years, we've assessed 77 lakes now. And a very wide range of water quality conditions, sizes, depths, and degrees of human impact. Most notably, we have what we call oligotrophic and mesotrophic lakes, which just means they're very clear. And we have a large number of them tucked away, in many cases on private property. So we have 15 oligotrophic and 20 mesotrophic, and that's about as technical as it's going to get today. They're beautiful lakes. We have seen them all. The sampling team, which is the 3 of us, I don't know how many other people in Parkland County have seen what we have seen, because we have been on all these lakes and we photographed them. They're gorgeous. We've met a lot of landowners, over 50 now, and they've been very welcoming and very helpful, allowing us access to these lakes. Again, there's about 25 named lakes, but there's a large number of unnamed lakes, and the unnamed lakes you can't see from the road. They're on private property. So it's an interesting domain of water management because they're on private property, but it's been very interesting, and we've had a lot of fun doing this. We want to look at this this coming year at future vulnerabilities and try and work with the county and all the other NGOs that we're involved with. So, some quick pictures of our beautiful lakes. Ground level shot of Muir Lake, Gerhardt's Lake, what we call Kalini and Martini Lakes up on Kalini Creek. Bright Bank Lake at the north end, where the people use for water skiing. Here's Trout Lake. You know it as East Lake in the Chicago Recreation Area. It's on the old Trout family farm. Little Muir Lake, which is very visible. Here's one of the ones that's off the beaten track. This is Roy Lakes South on the old Roy Lakes Ranch, and crystal clear. And here's another shot of Gerhardt's, showing the rapid drop-off and very, very clear waters. And this one we call Pete's Pond. This is right near the Carmelite development at the old Swiss Valley ski hill behind Pete Marshall's house. This is one we call Sunflower Lake. It's located between Mink and Johnny's. Beautiful little spot. And finally, an evening shot from Roy Lake South again. So the lakes are located on what the geologists refer to as the Carvel Pitted Delta. Doesn't really roll off the tongue very easily, but it's a very small geological formation right, within 2 miles of where we are. Most of the Carvel Pitted Delta is in this area here, and we're within the Sturgeon River watershed for the most part. However, Mayatan and Jackfish and the ones near there are in the Modeste, technically speaking. It started very casually. I mentioned this 2 years ago, but I'll just repeat it. I worked previously with Alberta Environment and the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and when I retired in 2018, a friend of the family said, well, will you please come out and see our lake now? We've been asking you for years to come out. And the lake was called, I don't know. The lake was unnamed, a family joke. What's the lake called? I don't know. So that's where it persisted. And when I saw it, I was quite impressed on 2 counts. It was crystal clear, and it had a very rapid drop-off. And at the time, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at, because I'd spent my life working on the big lakes and the big rivers all over the province, but I'd never worked on the ones here in our backyard. So I looked at this, and I thought, well, this is really neat. And the lake also had a permanent outflow, and this was in late summer. This shot is from the spring, but the thing was flowing in late summer. So I thought, a lot of the lakes in Alberta are pretty dry by late summer, so this lake is getting water from somewhere. And that's how it all started. That was 6 years ago. 5 years ago, like 1 year later, I went out with, I was working closely with the Alberta Lake Management Society at the time, and their executive director and I sampled this lake once in 2019, and we got the numbers back. I was quite shocked at how low the phosphorus was. So 7 is like something you would see in the foothills or in the Canadian Shield and elsewhere in Canada. You typically don't see that around here. So, Wabamun is 33, and Lac St. Anne will be 60, and Lake Isle will be 100. So to see something with 7, it was quite interesting for me. So 1 year later, in 2020, with the cooperation of the Alberta Lake Management Society, and particularly Brad Peter, their executive director, we developed a small project to look at 4 named lakes and 8 of the unnamed lakes. Now, in order to respect the privacy of the landowners, we gave the unnamed lakes a code, an alphanumeric code, Parkland Lake 1, Parkland Lake 2, and that's where that came from. We have nicknames for all the lakes, but we don't want to compromise people's privacy, so we even have a Gamble Lake somewhere, I think, but I'm not sure. Anyways, the first year we concentrated around Chicago, and we also went down to Mayatan. because we had a longstanding connection there. I'll explain that in a minute. And so we did that the first year. I worked with a couple of young fellows, Alec McDonald and Dr. Constantine von Gunten from the University of Alberta. And we looked at the 12 lakes. Constantine got right into the sediment chemistry in a great amount of detail. We started with Idaho. This is an aerial shot of Idaho that's been provided by the new owners of the property, Mike Myshak. And these are the 3 unique fens that drain into Idaho. These are located just west of the Muir Lake School. When we saw all these water bodies for the first time and started sampling them, we were quite amazed, I would say. And these little fens had very unique features. And here's Constantine looking over it. So we sampled them all. We got into the sediment chemistry, did lots of detail. And lo and behold, Constantine managed to get the work published in the primary literature, which we didn't expect, but that happened. So Constantine is now back in Switzerland. So the next year, we worked, and Mayatan Lake Management Association formally came into it at that point, although they've been supporting it all along. But we partnered with ALMS, and by that point, I was a member of MLMA, and Dave Mussel is as well. So we partnered with ALMS. We applied for grants for the Land Stewardship Center, Stony Plain Fish and Game, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and the University of Alberta. We partnered with them all, and we got working. The connection for Dave and Walt and I is with the Mayatan Lake studies that we did under the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance about a dozen years ago. We 3 worked together then. We're working again together now. So our time together goes back to those interesting days at Mayatan Lake. So in 2021, we set off. So we started doing the basic chemistry work, trying to get our eyes and our shoulders working. We had the assistance of Pauline Molnar, who's a lady biologist who helped us a great deal. That's her on a coffee break right there, having a good time. And that's what we did in the second year. We did 44 lakes. And as you can see, now we start to have a regional overview. And we did see a lot of diversity in lake types. There's lots of variety. And that's the message, I guess. There's a tremendous range of lakes here. Shallow, deep, clear, green, fish, no fish. Everything's here. It's very, very interesting. 1 or 2 graphs just to show you something related to lake fertility. Total phosphorus is a very common measurement used in water science. And if you look at the bottom of the graph here, these are the oligotrophic and mesotrophic lakes. And I was personally quite amazed to see how many of these unproductive lakes, very low phosphorus, there were here. Because this is typically what we end up having to deal with around Alberta, lakes that have been heavily impacted by man. That's the reality. So to see these clear lakes was quite a unique thing. So we wrote that all up, and that work is on the Alberta Lake Management Society website, and that's called Field Program 21. Next year, we upped the ante a bit. We applied for funding again, and we partnered with ALMS, Land Stewardship Center, Stony Plain Fish and Game, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, U of A, and the Parkland County. Thank you very much. When we were here 2 years ago, you offered the opportunity to apply for a grant, which we did. So that year, 2022, we also upped the ante in terms of what we were doing. Most of these lakes had never been sounded, so we did what we call bathymetry. We worked with a guy at the U of A, Dr. Brian Smurden, who really looked into the groundwater in a lot of detail. And Brian has come up with some very interesting insights. I'll show you that in a sec. We looked at invasive species. We looked at blue-green toxins. We looked at light characteristics. We increased the rigor of our sampling approach. And we created a video, which we're going to show you in a second here. So the difference between 21 and 22 is we're doing a lot more rigorous work. Yeah. So this is myself, Walt, Dave, and Dr. Brian Smurden, who's much younger than us. Brian's at the Earth Sciences Department, U of A. after a hard day on Kalini and Martini. Here's Dave and Walt doing some underwater photography with a GoPro camera on one of the lakes on the Cook property, one of the oligotrophic lakes. Here's Dave and Brian doing some bathymetry with a Garmin fish finder and our sounding apparatus over the stern of the canoe. That was our flotilla, the fleet, the 12-foot aluminum in the canoe. That's how we did all the work. One of the most interesting things, as I've said already, is the depths of these lakes. Most of them are like between 10 and 30 feet, you know, 3 to 8 or 9 meters in here. But we got this chunk that are quite deep and go down to well over 20 meters. This is a graph of 50 lakes. We now have 77. So we're going to be updating this graph, and you're going to see a lot more lakes going this way. We also sampled 7 wetlands this year, which are usually about a meter deep. So we've had a really good look. We strengthened our sampling, as I said. The total phosphorus picture remains the same. We got a great diversity of lake types. And again, this is the 50 lakes. Last year we did 23 more, so now we have 77 lakes that we can demonstrate this. One of the most interesting things that some of these clear water lakes tend to cluster. They tend to be in the similar area, which is very near our #1 lake. That's Idaho. This is the old Roy Lakes Ranch, Glory Lake, the Cook property, directly north of Hubbles. There's some clear lakes on either side of Hubbles. Hubbles itself is fine. So what we found was geographic patterns in water chemistry, which is to be expected. It's described in a lot more detail in the report. We did 33 lakes. We sounded them. Many of them for the first time. They hadn't been sounded, so we bought a Garmin fish finder, and Dave Musso led on that, and we developed the technology. We have worked with Alberta Environment scientists to develop prototype maps. That's one. We had a visitor, or a scientist from the States phone us about 2 months ago and said, hey, I hear you guys are sounding all the lakes up there in Parkland County. Can you send me the data? He's doing a world atlas of lakes. So we sent the data down to him. And he sent back another prototype for Bell Lake. So same lake, just a different style. So our lakes will be in a world atlas. Another important feature that we're all very aware of is the declining lake levels. And Alberta Environment started monitoring a few lakes here in 1968. So in the report, I talk about the patterns. Basically, the 70s and early 80s were wet and cooler. And from the late 90s through the 2000s, we're warmer and drier. We're losing water. So the lakes, a lot of them are down about almost 1.5 meters from where they were in the 70s. We are very interested in that question for obvious reasons. Groundwater, Brian has done some really interesting work. And I would encourage you to maybe invite Brian to address you to explain more of the groundwater work that he's doing. It's a very important topic, and he has been mapping groundwater flow through the area. This is the Carville Pitted Delta again, within 2 or 3 miles of where we're sitting. The crystal clear lakes, interestingly, they have a strong groundwater feed. They have the isotope work he did suggests there's a lot of groundwater going into them compared to the other lakes, for instance, down by Mayatan and Jackfish. These lakes are getting groundwater of a certain chemistry, which is keeping them clear. And that's all summarized in the 2022 report, which I have here. And I'm rambling through this quick, but if you want to get a little bit of the history of the area, the lake work that's been done, it's in here. It's about 4 or 5 pages. I want to acknowledge work that's been done over the decades by other people. It's not like this is the first time this has ever been done. What we have done is a regional survey. Nobody has done a regional survey. We wanted to paint a picture of the whole area. Some of these lakes were subject of research from U of A back in the 80s. Some of these lakes were subject of fisheries work in the 70s and 60s. But there's a relatively small numbers of lakes. But what we've done now is created a big overview. And so it's a survey. It's not research. It's not monitoring, it's just a geographic survey of what do we got here. I call it the overdue overview. Okay, so last year, finally, we did another 27 lakes. So now we have information on 77 lakes. In addition, in the fall, we were approached by staff of the county here, Krista Cornell, Evelyn, Nicole, Chad Ritter, and Jasper O'Driscoll to help them develop some sampling approaches for farm dugouts that were being managed and restored under the ALICE program. So we did that in the fall, and we went out and sampled 7 farm dugouts, and we're going to present that information to the Parkland ALICE Committee here in about a month. We have a video called Lakes of Parkland County from Above and Below that Dave developed, and we're going to look at that right at the end here. And finally, our next steps. We have thought a lot about, what do we do with all this information? You can put it in a technical report, but that doesn't work for everybody. So we want to produce some information in a semi-technical way that we hope will educate and inform and just make people aware of this beautiful resource we have here, because it is unique. So we're going to do that. We're going to do another video. Brian is going to do a groundwater overview, semi-technical for the public, so I think you'll find that interesting. We're going to sample another 20 lakes because believe it or not, there's more to do. And we like doing it anyways. It's fun in the summer. Get out there. In terms of what we've been talking about recently, looking at what we've done is looked at the water quality. We need to define the watersheds a bit better, define the land cover a bit better, look at riparian health, and look at the vulnerabilities of these lakes in some way. That's kind of the way we're thinking. We're doing this as volunteers. We're happy to work with the county and our other NGOs to just increase people's understanding and awareness. We will be facing expanded human populations in the capital region, apparently, and we have ongoing water quantity and climate issues. So we are very interested in looking at the growth issue and the climate issue. That's to come. Okay, and a final collaboration with Parkland County. I would just say again, we'd be pleased to provide information to your environmental services team on the following topics: the nutrient loading policy, the environmentally significant areas policy framework, work with Alice Parkland, and we have already worked with the county staff on community outreach. So we're happy to do this. We're doing this as volunteers. We're doing it for the good of the cause. That's it. It's and we're happy to see the information be well used. We have a tremendous number of volunteers. So there's a huge in-kind contribution been made to the lakes here. And it's very important that we all understand that. A lot of volunteers, and I won't go through them, but you can see just by the size of the slide how many people have been involved. Funding has come from Land Search Center, ALMS, Stony Plain Fish and Game, Mayatan Lake Management Association itself, NSWA, U of A, and Parkland County. So there's lots of people who are very interested in what we found, okay? So I'll finish there. Thank you very much. This is Cameron Lakes, by the way. Nice fall shot. And I'm going to ask Dave if you'd introduce the video, maybe, and let you see that, because I think it's very, very important.
Well, that's being queued up. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to address this with you. The video is really intended to provide a snapshot of these lakes in a way that people will not have seen yet. We've compiled some underwater video and overhead video taken with a drone and presented these lakes from an aspect that people wouldn't normally get. When we first saw Idaho, and I as a biologist was absolutely boggled by the clarity of the water and the beauty of the lake and the nature of that lake as a pothole lake in the Carvale Pitted Delta. Hadn't seen anything like that in a long time. We thought it'd be really great for residents and decision makers to know what these lakes look like and what they really have in the form of these really incredible jewels that occupy the landscape and provide value to people.
So that's the intent of the video, is to uncover these lakes. And so the first one is entitled Parkland County Lakes from Above and Below. We have an update to that called The Lakes of Parkland County More Than Meets the Eye. And those two titles really sum up how we feel about these lakes. They're unique, they're hidden, they're not really well understood or known, but they are incredibly valuable.
Wind has crossed the ice floes, sends the frozen snow skimming. A river on a river hardened over. It doesn't know the way it's going. Is it north or south or westward? It just glides across the shoreline till it's over. Ooh. Wishing something bolder, trying to push and pull inside this moment, trying to mold this life within our hands. Ooh. This is where the whole world keeps on turning. Ooh. This is where we come undone, Will they measure me by branches, count the rings and take my ashes, mark the ground where I fell and carry on? Or will we bite against the silence, fill our days with noise and violence, not recognize our hearts when we are done? There we go again, wishing something bolder, trying to push and pull inside this boat, trying to mold this life within our hands. Ooh. This is where the whole world keeps on turning. Ooh.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation and information. Do you have more, or were you good? I just, did you want to speak as well, or did?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words.
Sorry, yeah.
Of course, I live at Mayatan, and our association, our primary focus is Mayatan Lake, but we felt for a long time that working in a broader context made a lot of sense, and had discussions with folks at the county that said, you know, we can't look at individual lakes, let's look at the bigger picture. So it was very fortuitous for us to hook up with Dave and the work that they're doing. And I think that all of this data and information we'd like to put at to the county for their use in any way that makes sense to help understand how to protect these lakes going forward.
That's wonderful. Thank you. We'll look first of all for the motion, then open for questions. Councillor Kowalski, would you like to move that motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the lakes of Carville, Pitted Lakes, Stony Plain Region Summer 2022 report be received for information as presented.
Comments, questions?
Absolutely. I'm mesmerized by the aerial photos of all these little lakes. I mean, literally, I want to do something my husband said about Northwest Territories. Put a great big cover over it and don't let anybody look at it for 200 years. Really interesting. How does your lake work line up with our recent work with the county on environmentally significant sensitive areas? How do we match those things more so that our ESAs actually maybe help protect the lakes as well? I'm sure you've had those conversations, but it just seems we're doing something very parallel that is complementary. And a fabulous video. Sorry, I should have started with that.
Well, just to go back a few years, when the county developed the Environmental Conservation Master Plan, we had lots of good conversations with the consultant at that time and had lots of input. One of the ways that we're interacting is, of course, right now, county is updating their municipal development plan and land use bylaw. So we've been speaking to the people who are managing both of those projects to try and provide any insight we can into protecting not only lakes but also wetlands and all water bodies inside the county.
You go to Councillor Wieben.
Yeah, thanks for that information. Just wondering, with all the investigation you've done and all the research, do you have any information or enough information to determine if country residential subdivisions actually have affected the lakes at all? And I guess I asked because I noticed some of the lakes on there have a fairly low phosphorus level that have a lot of country residential subdivision around them. So is that something you can determine yet, or?
Yes, scientifically you do what's called a nutrient budget for each individual lake. Every lake is an individual in terms of its watershed size, its hydrology, how it's flushed, what's going in from agriculture, what's going in naturally, what's going in from country residential. So the answer is yes, you could do that. You'd have to look at each lake individually. We did that for Mayatan, Jackfish, and Hubbles in those State of the Watershed reports. So it can be done. The lakes that are in, most of the lakes that are in pristine condition are in pretty intact watersheds. You know, the ones up in the Roy Lakes Ranch area, they're pretty heavily forested, so they're good. Hubbles is robust, probably has good groundwater feed. It's been developed for generations, still pretty good water. But every lake is a different story. I wouldn't want to generalize. It can be done.
All right, thank you. Councillor Couture-Johnson.
Just a comment, I think Hubble's Lake has a farm on it, don't they? The Hubble's Lake has a farm on it, doesn't it?
In the watershed, for sure. It's mostly country residential.
That's good to hear. I just wanted to say I thank you for that video. It really brings a person down to earth to what really matters. And now that I understand your work a lot more, I really appreciate that Parkland County is contributing to your work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just for comments that I have, you're certainly in a realm that we don't see a lot of anymore, and it's going away as the volunteer for the passion of what you do. And we certainly do appreciate all of you for the efforts that you put in for the betterment of the health of all of the lakes within Parkland County, and can't say enough about how appreciative we are, and very proud to have people like yourselves who take on that work for nothing but the passion. So we certainly do appreciate you and are proud to support you and to work alongside the team that we have in our administration. So thank you very much for coming in. Thank you for the information. We appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Kowalski?
That one more question. So what does 2024, 25, and 26 look like? Because, you know, I need to get paddling.
We'd like to look ahead. We'd like to look at the existing, to maybe address a couple other questions sideways here. Look at the history of development in the county, around the lakes, the history of water use and water loss that's occurred already. We want to take a big picture look. We will be sampling a bit more. We are going to do a public level overview, not a technical report like this, a public level overview. We're going to do another video. So we have communications projects in mind and a few technical things we'd like to dig away at. So.
Great, thank you. With that, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much for sharing this time with us today. We appreciate you. Thank you. With that, we will take a recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to reconvene our council meeting at 1:13 p.m. We're now moving on to item 6A1, which is the appointment of acting chief administrative officer. I will turn that over to Ms. Swain for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as everyone's aware by now, I'll be away on maternity leave from mid-April until November 2024. A resolution of council is required to appoint an acting CAO in accordance with bylaw 2014-30. So I'm pleased to put this motion before you that Jeff Dyke be appointed acting chief administrative officer, CAO, effective Monday, April 15th through to and including Friday, November 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. We will look to Councillor Weidman for the motion, please.
It's a long time to put up with them, but I'll make that motion. Yeah, you're a lot longer. I'll make that motion as long as nobody speaks up against. Now's your time, staff. I'll make that motion that we appoint Jeff.
Great, thank you. That motion is before us. Questions, comments, debates? I will make comments. I fully support your choice. We believe you're making a tremendous choice, and looking forward to working with Mr. Dyke as the acting CAO over the term that Ms. Swain will be away. So we think that's a great opportunity for, you know, kind of succession type planning work and opportunity, and there's probably ripple effects that relate to that. So welcome to the new chair when Ms. Swain will be away. Thank you. I will also call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And congrats.
Yes, indeed.
Let's move on. Item A2, which is an added agenda item for today. And I will move that to Councillor Weidman.
Okay. Yeah, so this came about as a result of the Mink Lake construction. TELUS dug up their line, or the construction company dug up their line and put it on top of the fence like they do in a lot of developments. And it's been cut several times already. They've had to bring people in many times to fix it. It's a big issue for the residents around there when they had their phones cut off. They phoned TELUS. TELUS doesn't believe them. They tried to actually charge them to come out to look at their own phone, and one got a charge of $150. And if you've ever been on the phone with TELUS, it takes you a long time to get those charges off. And so basically, people are stealing the line. What I'd like to do is see a letter written to TELUS on behalf of Parkland County, Mayor sign it, and basically saying when your lines are above ground, you need to bury them as soon as possible. And this has been, I don't know how many months now, lots. And it's a big inconvenience for our county, or for our residents. And the couple that I'm referring to are 91 and 90 years old, and they don't have cell phones. They don't use cell phones. So their landline was cut off many times. So that's as simple as that.
Just from an administration standpoint, that's certainly something we can facilitate. I talked to Mr. McGowan already, and we'll work together and we'll get a letter sent to TELUS ASAP.
Great, thank you. Thank you for raising that, and it is an emergent item, and it's something that we'll be happy to send on behalf of Parkland County to rectify that. I don't believe we need a motion. We do need a motion? Okay. Councillor Weidman will move the motion that we provide a written response to TELUS to act and bury their lines as soon as possible. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Motion before us. Questions, comments, debate? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to B1, Asset Retirement Obligation Accumulated Surplus Change, Request for Restricted Surplus Transfer. We'll turn that to Mr. Dyke for introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Craig Froelich, Director of Financial Services, is prepared to present the Asset Retirement Obligation Restricted Surplus Transfer and answer any questions that Council may have.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. So you've heard quite a bit about asset retirement obligation, but this will kind of just go through a little bit more information, including the financial impacts of that, the adoption of that standard. So PSAB 3280, a new accounting standard for asset retirement obligations, applies to all public sector entities, including Canadian municipalities. This standard is in effect for Parkland County's 2023 fiscal year. This standard requires recognizing additional costs for retirement of a tangible capital asset where contaminated building materials may be present. The tangible capital assets such as roads, buildings, equipment, and utility systems, which include underground infrastructure, can all be impacted. A liability under the standard can be incurred from the acquisition, construction, or development of a tangible capital asset, normal use of a tangible capital asset, or changes in circumstances. Go to the next slide. So Parkland County performed various scoping activities beginning in 2022 in preparation for the asset retirement obligation standard coming into effect as of December 31st, 2023. These included reviewing asset listings, continuous communication between departments, and performing in-depth analysis over the inclusion or exclusion of assets to ensure a complete list of assets with retirement obligations was compiled. The county deployed a team to analyze assets with the aid of a third-party consultant and engineering staff to identify tangible capital assets that contain potentially legal obligations for asset retirement. The identified liabilities were provided to a third-party consultant to estimate the cost to remediate these assets. Landfill and gravel sites had previously been recorded as liabilities under a different standard, and so the additions to the liability identified in this slide are from buildings and engineered structures, which will be further detailed in subsequent slides. So you'll see the total identified asset retirement obligation associated with buildings and engineered structures is $3,201,280. The third-party consultant estimated costs of $2,749,280 that the county is legally obligated to remediate in the future. $2,343,696 of which is related to water, and $405,584 which is related to wastewater. The focus for underground infrastructure reclamation costs was primarily on asbestos cement pipes. The primary source of asbestos cement pipe information was extracted from the county's asset management database, along with CCTV confirmation for wastewater and storm mains. After pipe removal and disposal unit costs were determined, the rates were multiplied by the length of pipe information to arrive at the total opinion of probable cost. It should be noted that these hazardous materials are contained and do not pose a threat or any health risks for county residents. These cost estimates are for reclamation of the pipes upon disposal, as they would have to be remediated at that time. The 8 buildings detailed on this slide make up the total of $452,000 that the county is required to remediate in the future. The cost estimate provided for buildings is based on the presence of asbestos and interior lead paint. After the building removal and asbestos disposal unit costs were determined, the rates were multiplied by the square footage of building information to arrive at the total opinion of probable cost. Like engineered structures, it should be noted that these hazardous materials are contained and not posing any health risks for county residents or employees, and these estimates are for reclamation of the buildings upon disposal. The adjustment to account for these identified retirement obligations was recorded to opening accumulated surplus through unrestricted surplus. To clarify, there is a legal obligation to comply with these reclamation costs at some point in the future, but this current request is not a request for any specific projects to reclaim the assets. This request is to support the accounting treatment required to recognize that there is a future liability associated with these tangible capital assets. Administration requests to transfer the $3,201,280 from long-term sustainability restricted surplus to unrestricted surplus in fiscal 2023 to return the unrestricted surplus balance to prior year levels. With that, I can take any questions and present the motion to council.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Frolick. We will look to Councillor Cucci-Johnson for the motion, please.
That council direct administration to transfer $3,201,280 from long-term sustainability restricted surplus to unrestricted surplus.
All right, thank you. Motion before us. Questions, comments, debate? None. Just simple accounting treatment to recognize long-term risk and obligations that are set aside to deal with aging infrastructure. So certainly appreciate the prudence and the ongoing work that keeps us in good shape and limits our long-term, surprises that may come before us. So appreciate that and the clarity to which you presented that. So thank you. Any other questions? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on. Item C2, Bylaw 2023-10, Wobman Hamlet Area Redevelopment Plan. I will look to Ms. Domagen for introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today we have Ms. Natasha DeSandy, our Senior Planner of Long Range Planning, to present the Wobman Hamlet Area Redevelopment Plan Bylaw 2023-10. She's here to answer any questions you may have. Take it away, Natasha.
Good afternoon, Council. It's with great pleasure that I sit in front of you today to present Bylaw 2023-10, Wobman Hamlet Area Development Plan for third and final reading. Next slide. Sorry, I can actually do it. Apologies. So just to provide a quick refresher on what is a HARP versus an area structure plan and why do we complete a HARP for Wobman. So the biggest difference between an ARP and an area structure plan or an ASP is the fact that an area structure plan focuses on the future policy or strategic policy and growth for greenfield land versus an area structure plan, which focuses on revitalizing and improving existing developed areas. So an ARP is a tool, a statutory tool, which is used to guide growth for areas that are already built up. Now, the reason for completing the Wobman HARP was for two main reasons. The first reason was that the MDP classifies Wobman as a priority growth hamlet, and within that, it states that a HARP, or a Hamlet Area Redevelopment Plan, which I'll say HARP because I get tongue-tied when I say it so much, is required for those priority growth hamlets. Additionally, it was the next step in the Wobman Area Vision work, which was completed in December of 2022 and was presented to Council. I will say there is quite a bit of importance with having statutory plans in place for areas like Wobman. It provides certainty to the residents of Wobman in that it provides certainty for how growth will happen in the future. It provides certainty to Parkland County residents as a whole. It provides better direction for administration when moving forward with development and what that looks like and what is supported. And I think lastly, and this is one that definitely in this economic time is extremely important, it provides certainty for future developers, future business owners, and future potential investors for Wobman who want to be able to understand and have reduced risk when wanting to come into the area to develop or grow. So in order to meet those initiatives and future growth within the Wobman area, the HARP provided a vision and a set of goals to help create a complete sustainable lakeside community which provides a gateway to the larger Wobman Lake region. And this is so that the hamlet itself would be able to connect to larger Wobman country, which was part of the Wobman area vision, but also to find ways to connect to the larger region. And with that, there is a series of 6 goals which focused on meeting that vision, which you'll see on the screen, would be developing sustainably for human and natural health, grow as a complete, fully serviced community, enhancing connection to the region, as I previously stated, sustaining a local business community, supporting quality of life for all ages, so providing that opportunity for aging in place, and lastly, reinforcing the hamlet's identity as a lakeside destination. It has been a long road, but we are here today. So just quickly, a snapshot of the path to approval. Bylaw 2023-10 received first reading on September 26, 2023, which then was followed by a public hearing and second reading on November 20, 8th, 2023 to meet MGA requirements. This also provided a motion for administration to submit for a ref on January 3rd, 2024, which then on January 31st, you received a recommended approval for bylaw 2023-10, which then of course triggered the appeal period. I'm happy to say we had no representative appeal, which is why I'm here today. Now, you will note within your application that there is a bylaw 2023-10 as amended. And the reason for that is that we wanted to include the addition of Appendix A, engagement summaries, and Appendix B, servicing report. Now, the reason for this addition is to help provide transparency for the readers of the bylaw, for our residents, and for administration. The information presented in these appendices have already been brought forward in front of council, and therefore will not change the bylaw itself. In a proactive approach, they were also submitted through the EMRB ref so that all information was reviewed prior to receiving approval by the region. And with that, administration recommends that council accept the proposed changes of bylaw 2023-10 to include Appendix A, engagement summaries, and Appendix B, servicing report, and that bylaw 2023-10 receive third reading as amended. And prior to the end of my presentation, I just want to say a big thank you to Waubman residents, the Parkland County residents, council, our senior leadership and administration. Without all the support and input from all of those representatives, this bylaw wouldn't be what it is today. I'm just a person, but it's been lifted by many others. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all, and thanks to you as well. Let's move to the motions. We have two proposed motions. We'll go to Councillor Kowalski for the first proposed motion, then we'll move to the division councillor for the second and final proposed motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. That bylaw 2023-10 be amended to include Appendix A, engagement summaries, and Appendix B, servicing report.
Awesome, thank you. Motion before us. Questions, comments? None. Just again want to say great work in going through that entire process. That again sets another pillar of our strategic plan forward. Tremendous work all. I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Weidman for proposed motion number 2, please.
Yeah, that bylaw 2023-10 receive third and final reading.
Thank you. To it. Questions, comments?
Yeah, and thanks, Natasha, for all the work that your department has done and yourself. And I think residents of Waubman had their say in what they want to see out there, and I think there's not much more we can do except let it go, flow naturally. And I believe that we've got to increase economic development in the area, and I think we'll do that through some of this, and it's a good start anyways. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. We will now, final questions? None. I will call the question. All in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Good job.
Fabulous work.
Take yourself on a vacation somewhere. To Waubman. Let's move forward. Item C3, revised policy CRP14, non-for-profit organization grant funding policy. I'll look to Mr. Dyke for introduction, or Mr. Cross for introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Ms. Suzanne Merles, our Director of Community Services, and she's here to present the revised not-for-profit organization grant funding policy CRP14 for Council's information and decision, and pleased to answer any questions Council may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So yes, I am here to present to you the not-for-profit grant policy update that was previously presented to this group at Governance Priority Committee in 2023, where we received feedback and have since made those adjustments to the final policy. So just a quick program overview that the not-for-profit grant program provides grant funding to not-for-profit organizations that support Parkland County residents through the delivery of recreation, culture, social services, and community activities. Current funding programs that exist in the program include operating capital, project, microgrant, and emergent minor capital repair. As part of the review process, the Community Sustainability Committee reviews all applications, and they provided some recommendations to update the policy. Those recommendations included to split Schedule C into projects and then include and separate out the special event subcategory into its own schedule, review participant number reporting, provide historical information on funding amounts, and to deduct points when applications are submitted incomplete. From the administrative side, we did notice some items that needed to be reviewed as well, and that was to add a section for how approvals are communicated. We needed to clarify some terms in Schedule C and D, and we had some minor administrative corrections to do throughout the document. So the updates to the policy that we made included adding the event schedule, which provides a grant stream that we would allow funding of events that don't currently qualify under the other streams. We remove events from any other stream and consolidated them all under this new stream. We updated the terms to add clarity to the language in the policy to ensure that the intent is clear. We expanded on the terms to ensure Parkland County is properly recognized for their financial contributions. We did some corrections administratively, which included Schedule C, clearing up the $5,000 for regional partners and the $7,500 for Parkland County-based partners, and we updated the department name and titles accordingly. And lastly, under approvals, we added language about the approval timelines and the process for receiving notification on approvals. Diving deeper into the event schedule, the purpose of the event schedule was to provide a funding stream for events that occur in Parkland County or that occur in our region that support Parkland County's growth. So we are looking for events that are public. The event would be open to public versus a special interest group, that they demonstrate financial needs, so they are providing us with some type of budget reporting so we know that the funds are needed to operate the event and not used for fundraising or other initiatives for the group. That they have a community showcase and they offer an opportunity to showcase Parkland County's community attributes and aids in creating awareness of the area with the intent of attracting participants from Parkland County and beyond. That they have an economic development focus to provide impact for areas hosting the event. For example, that they benefit our local businesses, construction contracts, or they attract tourism into our area. That in terms of community development, that the event could propose to have a positive community development impact for our area hosting the event. For example, bring a community to get together. And tourism, that the event proposes to highlight a geographic area of the municipality that is tourism rich. So really with our events, we're looking that they're at least hitting on one of those categories. They may not hit on all, but they're at least touching on one of them. In terms of our special event schedule process, so applications would come in annually. They would demonstrate their positive impact for Parkland County. For events hosted in Parkland County whenever possible, except for those regional events. So if Parkland County has the facilities to host the event, we would want those facilities hosted within our municipality. And events must be open to public, and if applicable, if they are charging an entry fee that is a minimal entry fee, it's not an entry fee based for fundraising purposes. Approval would be similar to all of our NFP grants, which includes administration scoring the event, then taking them to the Community Sustainability Committee for review and providing recommendation, and then council's approval to be included in the next year's budget. Our emergent items, one-time funding requests outside of our grant cycle for the funding in the current year would be allowed, but we would ask those groups to then jump into the NFP cycle accordingly. Reporting, we will not require any reporting of attendance stats for Parkland County residents under this schedule only. We would ask that they supply us with their completed budgets, so again, for that accountability to the funds that are awarded, that they are reporting to us what benefits they are bringing to Parkland County, and that we are seeing the recognition of Parkland County, of the funding that Parkland County has provided. So within the package that was provided to you, it was the completed policy as well as the policy version with the track changes so that you could see any of all the changes that we did made. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Merrills. We'll look to Councillor Kuchar-Johnson for the motion, please.
That revised not-for-profit organizational grant funding program policy CRP 14 be approved as presented.
Thank you. Motion before us. Questions, comments?
I guess I got one. Okay, so what would happen if we used our policy? I have a beach area in my division called Cottontail Beach, and it's a nudist beach. So would they qualify for funding, or would that fall under something that they couldn't be funded?
We're looking for towels?
Through the mayor to Councillor Kuchar-Johnson. It will really depend on how they fill out the application, what they're applying for. If they are registered, I'm not familiar with their governance structure, so if they are registered not-for-profit in good standing, then they would technically be eligible. But when the community, within the scoring criteria for the grant that administration goes through, we do have a pretty robust scoring requirement about the positive impacts of the county and tying it into the strategic plan of council. And community sustainability also has an opportunity to provide that additional feedback on the scoring and the alignment of the request in terms of Parkland County residents in the strategic plan. So there are checks and balances to make sure that it is meeting the needs of the county as a whole and not just an individual user group's passion.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Weedman.
No, I can't even comment to that. I see a business opportunity though. On your annual intake, I know you're flexible, emergent items and so on. And it has been said before that some of the things that organizations apply for, they don't always have the time and it comes up quickly. So I'm assuming we're going to be really flexible on that. I guess the annual is to make the budget and to plan properly. Is that the reason?
Yes, through you, Mayor Gamble, to Councillor Weedman. That's exactly it. If we wanted to do it more in an emergent process, then we have two options. We could bring them to council every time we get a request that comes in and prepare a report, or we could have a budget line item where administration is approving events under a certain amount, and we have a standing line item that we can approve from, much like we do for Community League's program and events grant.
Are you going to propose that then to council at some point and for the next budget? Or?
That is an initiative we could bring forward. If that's the direction council would like us to go, we can definitely go down that route, or we can see how this approach works, and if we see the need for it, then we could look at adding it in after the fact.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, that makes good sense. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. We are moving. Mayor's reports. I will begin. February 28th, attended the Alice meeting. Also February 28th, attended with other council members and members of administration the Drax plant tour. Very great day out there. Also February 28th, attended the pre-budget mixer put on by the Edmonton Airports and Edmonton Common. February 29th, attended as a guest of MLA Getson the Budget Day presentation at the Alberta Legislature. Great news, consistent news for Parkland County with respect to our road infrastructure projects, with Highway 16 and Range Road 20 still included as budget line items. Some good news yet to be understood with respect to the Alberta utilities and the lifting of the moratorium on solar applications. Still some details to understand, I believe, for us to understand how we as municipalities have more influence in the decisions that are being made. Some things that continue to be a challenge for all municipalities is the reduction of the LGFF funding, to which affects Parkland County, and we need to make up that revenue elsewhere. Okay, March 1st, attended the final Collaborative Economic Development Oversight Committee meeting. March 1st, attended in place of Councillor Hoofsloot the Moon Lake Hall meeting. March 4th, attended with rest of council colleagues and administration the ESA Conservation Part 2 at Parkland County. And March 6th and 7th, attended with council and administration a strategic planning session. We are on the right track. We've identified our risks and understand that the pillars that we have up front are the ones that we are still working towards. It was a great 2 days. Just a heads up for tomorrow, March 13th, myself, Ms. Swain, Chief Cornforth, Deputy Mayor Bernie will be meeting with Minister Lowen at the Alberta Legislature to understand our resolution, our fire preparedness, as well as some review on our fire results. And as well, attending tomorrow in my place is Councillor Weedman at the EMRB 5-year interim task force committee meeting at the EMRB office. That is all I have. Councillor Kuchar-Johnson for the motion, please.
That the mayor's report be received for his information.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Let's move on to committee reports. I'll start down to my right. Councillor Kowalski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not certainly as busy as you are, and that's okay, because I'm just nursing my cane along. It's my new best friend. I did attend a online clean air webinar, which is lots of aspirations about how we reduce carbon footprint across Canada. Perhaps not as specific as I would have hoped it would have been, but I did attend it. Sorry, I apologize, that was March 28. Of course, we attended together the ESA Conservation Workshop Part 2, and I have to really commend our team for putting that really thoughtful workshop together for us. I learned a lot, and I also think the results will be incredibly beneficial for our whole county. Very, very interesting to focus on ESAs so specifically. Enjoyed our strategic planning session as well. Attended the farewell for Deputy Fire Chief Chad Moore. I was really proud of the work that he's done, and sad to see him go, but he's only next door. So I told him he could stop by my house for coffee if he needs to do that. And then Friday was North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance Executive Team Committee. Lots of projects on the burner. Our next board meeting is in 2 weeks, and so there'll be lots of topics of conversation there. Some really, we started a youth council, which has just been stood up, and they're just getting their feet under them. And there's one person from Stony Plain, I think one from Spruce, and then 4 or 5 from Edmonton. A very gung-ho young group of people. That the project is funded by an anonymous donation of $20,000. That was to talk about youth and the watershed. So that was kind of interesting. And pretty well, sorry. And continuing ongoing committee meetings for aero utilities. As we all know, there's big capital challenges coming forward for them. So there's 4 new committees that are all working to get a handle on our direction and the future. So that's my report.
Thank you. Questions? Go to Councillor Kuchar-Johnson.
Yes, on February 28th, I attended the pre-budget mixer from We Are YEG. February 29th, land development session at Atchison Business Association. March 4th, Yellowhead Regional Library Board meeting. March 4th, I attended here at the office, the ESA Conservation Session. On March 6th and 7th was the strategic planning sessions from Parkland County. And March 11th, Parkland Library Board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Weidman.
Like you, I attended the Drax tour. It was very interesting out in Entwistle. Had a library meeting last night. Strat plan for 2 days. And March 1st, I attended the Fire Smart educational program put on by our department, and it was interesting. And I'd taken it about 20 years ago, and this was the first time, and again in 20 years. So it was really, really interesting to take. Probably timely. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you. Questions? Great. Given its committee reports, I'll make the motion that the committee reports be received for information as presented, and I will call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Let's move on to item 7.3, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta newsletter update. Look to Councillor Kowalski for the motion, please.
That counts, sorry. I was already leaving. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta newsletter be received for information, and I have no comment on it.
Thank you. Motion before us. Questions, comments, debate. I will call the question. All in favor? The motion is carried unanimously. Let's move on. Item 7.4, the final one of the day, Federation of Canadian Municipalities update. Councillor Weidman for the motion, please.
motion that FCM update be received for information as presented.
Thank you. Motion before us. Questions, comments, debate? I will call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously, and we will adjourn our council meeting at 1:48 p.m. Thank you all. I believe we have briefing in here.
Yeah, we can just stay in here.
Let's stay in here. We'll just start at 2 if that's okay. Quick little break.
Have like a couple quick items.
Okay.
Or even go.